Chapter 32:29. The human emperor's words were the same as the doubts in everyone's heart. Even if the fortune god dynasty's control was not as strong as before, it wasn't to the extent where it would allow the two races to engage in a war of extermination. Even though these local races often listened to the fortune god dynasty's orders, they were still a huge force that the fortune god dynasty needed to rely on, especially when it came to fighting against foreign invaders. Even though Yi Shiwen had used the fortune god dynasty's name to pacify the four prefectures, and he had not massacred the entire race, it still attracted a lot of criticism. If it weren't for the Battle Emperor's help, he would be in deep trouble. Compared to this overbearing attitude, Yi Shiwen's actions of pacifying the four prefectures were simply harmless. There was no reason that the heaven-devouring demon race couldn't think of something that everyone could think of. Even though the heaven-devouring demon race was domineering, they were definitely not stupid. If they were stupid, they would have disappeared in the long river of history of the fortune god dynasty and would never have had the chance to develop to this stage. They would have been exterminated long ago. So what was the heaven-devouring demon race thinking? Could it be that they think that just because they are stronger than us, they can easily defeat us? Fenishur's face was filled with anger. They clearly didn't put the human race in their eyes. They didn't even care about their reactions. The human emperor was the angriest, especially after the four prefectures were pacified. The human race had just stepped on the road to prosperity, but in the end, there was a tiger blocking the road. He was still full of pride and ambition, but in the end he received a harsh slap in the face. It was fine if it was just some gifts, but the human race actually wanted to send hundreds of billions of people. If the human race did this, not only would there be internal strife, their backbone would be broken, and their vitality would be greatly damaged. Who knew how many years it would take for them to recover? The human race would no longer have any dignity in the fortune god dynasty. What was there to talk about? What was there to talk about? What was there to talk about? Moreover, there were many races that were stronger than the heaven-devouring demon race. Would they all have to kneel down in the future? If that was the case, the human race would never have a day of peace. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything else. We can only fight to the death and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Feni said, this time we have to break their bones. We have to let them know that even if they want to swallow the humankind, they have to pay the price. Dan Emperor and Sky Shaking Thunder Emperor didn't speak. However, it was obvious that they would advance and retreat together with the human race, especially Sky Shaking Thunder Emperor. He didn't have a choice. If Yi Shiwen died, then his ending wouldn't be any better. He would also die. Dan D had just joined the human race, so he naturally couldn't back out. Yi Shiwen immediately stood up and said, "Prepare for a full-scale battle. I will take the lead. I want them to feel the pain." He had already made up his mind. In a war between two races, it was usually a competition of the two races' foundation. However, this move was not effective against the human race. The human race's rise was too short. The human race had only conquered the four prefectures for a short period of time. They didn't have any deep foundation. Not to mention, even if the human race had occupied the four prefectures since ancient times, they had no chance of winning against the heaven-devouring demon race because the heaven-devouring demon race occupied 7 prefectures. Although the more land they occupied, it didn't mean that they were stronger. However, when the gap was large enough, the difference was obvious. The heaven-devouring demon race didn't put the human race in their eyes. To a large extent, this was the reason. In all aspects, the human race was far inferior. Even if the human race did their best and caused great damage to the heaven-devouring demon race, it wouldn't be enough to kill the heaven-devouring demon race. Therefore, Yi Shiwen decided to change his method. He would take the high-level route and kill. He would kill non-stop until the heaven-devouring demon race was afraid. He would kill every heaven-devouring demon race that appeared. Even if the heaven-devouring demon race had more heaven-devouring demon race emperors, Yishuan didn't believe that they could withstand such a crazy massacre. Heaven-devouring demon races, heaven-devouring demon race, had more heaven-devouring demon races, heaven-devouring demon races, heaven-devouring demon races, heaven-devouring demon race, couldn't withstand a massacre, no matter how many heaven-devouring demon race emperors there were. Yishuan had to act fast. He had to kill the heaven-devouring demon race before the two old monsters were lured out. This was his usual character and way of doing things. This was the right way to start a war. At this moment, at the distant border of the heaven-devouring demon race's territory, a powerful heaven-devouring demon races, 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 heaven-devouring demon race, opened his eyes. How dare you kill my emissary? The murderous intent in his eyes turned into a terrifying golden light that shot into the sky. Less than 10,000 miles away from him was the human race's Shi prefecture. However, the territory of the Shi prefecture near the heaven-devouring demon race was already in a mess. More than 1 billion humans had been plundered by the heaven-devouring demon race. Miserable screams could be seen everywhere. The heaven-devouring demon race's battle fortress shuttled through the sky. Hundreds of thousands of humans were hanging from the bottom of the battle fortress. All of them had been tied up with ropes and taken away. Some of them were only left with broken limbs. Broken limbs were even more common. They tried to struggle, but in the face of a calamity that threatened to wipe out their entire race, their individual resistance was too weak. Within the fortress, the clansmen of the heaven-devouring demon race were laughing sinisterly as they looked at the humans who were tied up below. These were the humans who had been plundered. Those who had been eaten or killed were simply too many to count. In a dark passage, 2 heaven-devouring demon race's clansmen were pushing a large cart all the way to the other side of the passage. The cries of babies could be heard coming from the cart. Upon closer inspection, all of them were babies of the human race. Moreover, they seemed to have full chests and spiritual aura emanated from their heads. When these babies grew up, they would be the geniuses of the human race. They would become the backbone of the human race. Although the calamity of annihilation was right in front of them, they didn't understand anything. They didn't realize the impending doom. Some of them were sleeping soundly, some were laughing happily, and only a few were crying. Kaka! We should have plundered the South long ago. The human race is too weak. They are only fit to be our food. However, human flesh isn't delicious. These babies are the most delicious. Each of them is full of spiritual aura and tastes the best. There are so many of them. Don't you think it'll be okay for us to eat one? One of the heaven-devouring demon race couldn't help but ask. Don't drag me down if you want to die. I don't want to die. This is dinner for the lords. If even one of them is missing, we don't want our heads anymore. Another heaven-devouring demon race hurriedly said, It's good enough that we have something to eat. This time, we have ordered the human race to send over 100 billion humans. When the time comes, we can also get a few human children to eat. Our cultivation will improve greatly. The cultivation method of the heaven-devouring demon race was quite different from that of the other races. For them, eating was the best cultivation method. Because of their special body structure, they could completely digest anything they ate, especially the various kinds of blood and flesh. They loved it the most. You're right. We should keep some humans in captivity and let them give birth to children. Just thinking about it makes me drool. That heaven-devouring demon race couldn't help but say, You're thinking too much. Even if there are children, they will be given to the higher-ups. How can we have a share? The other heaven-devouring demon race couldn't help but say gloomily. They looked at the human babies as if they were looking at the most delicious food. Unfortunately, they weren't their food. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded. Alarm? Is there something wrong? Let's go, let's go. At this moment, the 2 heaven-devouring demon race looked at each other and hurriedly rushed into the depths of the passage. On the upper layer of the passage, there was a huge battle fortress. No one knew how many experts of the heaven-devouring demon race were shuttling back and forth in the fortress. In the entire sky, there were countless battle fortresses lined up side by side, covering the sky and the earth. They moved majestically and carried a pungent smell of blood. The entire army of the heaven-devouring demon race was mobilized. After sensing that the envoy they sent had died in the hands of the human race, the heaven-devouring demon race felt as if they had suffered the greatest humiliation. Immediately, they were enraged and immediately launched an attack. Originally, their army was gathered at the front line. Now, it was very convenient for them to gather together. In the fortress, a slender heaven-devouring demon race sovereign emperor looked into the distance with cold eyes and said, "Kill! Kill all the humans in the Shur province! Kill them all!" Following his order, the endless army of heaven-devouring demon beasts finally moved out. They had only just moved out, but the heaven-devouring demon race's astonishing strength was already fully displayed. Compared to when the human race had moved out, their army was 10 times more vast. It was truly terrifying. Inside the battle fortresses, many experts of the heaven-devouring demon race started cheering. Previously, they had only plundered 1 billion humans. To them, this was simply unbelievable. Later on, they found out that their superiors were actually pressuring the human race to hand over the heaven-devouring demon beasts obediently so that they could avoid a war. After all, no matter how weak the human race was, they were still a great race. They would not allow them to easily obtain the human race. Naturally, it would be best if the human race could hand over the heaven-devouring demon beasts obediently. However, since the human race was not tactful, they would have to let them understand how terrifying the heaven-devouring demon race was. The army of heaven-devouring demon beasts swept through half of the Shur province. Countless small cities were instantly destroyed. Their strength was completely useless against the army of the heaven-devouring demon beasts. Finally, a towering city entered the eyes of the army of heaven-devouring demon beasts. Chapter 30-230. It was a large city in the style of the Stone Clan. Traces left behind by the Stone Clan could be seen everywhere. It was indeed a city left behind by the Stone Clan. After the human clan conquered the Stone province, they took over the city. Currently, there were many Stone Clan members living in the city. Comparatively speaking, the human clan was quite gentle. They were not very xenophobic. Back when the Stone Clan was in power, the other clans were unable to gain a foothold in the Stone province. But for the human clan, it did not matter. The conflict was not very big. There were over 100 million humans and Stone Clan members in the city. Currently, they were facing the crazy attacks of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. In the distance, many members of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that were flying in the sky all had sinister smiles on their faces. Their gazes grew increasingly cold. In their eyes, this was simply not a city that was renowned throughout the world. Instead, it was a place where wealth was gathered, especially the blood and flesh that they desired. As long as they could break through this city, they would be able to obtain a great amount of wealth and blood and flesh. They had already conquered quite a few cities like this when they invaded the Stone province. Otherwise, they would not have been able to capture 1 billion humans in one go. And that did not include the Stone Clan members who were killed. On the battle fort, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan emperor coldly issued an order. Have the stone slaves attack first. Consume the resources in the city. He did not plan to personally take action. If he were to personally take action, how would the ordinary heaven-devouring monstrous clan members be able to accomplish anything? Moreover, in his opinion, the human emperor who would soon appear would be his opponent. There was simply no need for him to waste his energy here. In the process of conquering the Stone province, most of the Stone Clan members settled down and became obedient citizens of the human clan. That was because the human clan was not so tyrannical as to deny them a place to live. there were also some Stone clan members who were resentful and wanted revenge. So they sought refuge with the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. As the Stone clan members were made of stone, they were not part of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's menu. Naturally, they were not killed or eaten. However, they became stone slaves. And this time, when the heaven-devouring demon clan attacked the Shur province, these stone slaves also became the vanguard. Every time, they would charge valiantly at the front line and destroy the cities. They were also the ones who slaughtered the most. If it wasn't for the fact that the heaven-devouring demon clan wanted to eat the humans alive, the humans in those cities would have been completely slaughtered by them. These were the hardliners of the Stone tribe that hated the human race. Furthermore, with the brainwashing and threat of the heaven-devouring demon tribe, how could they not do their best? Otherwise, only death awaited them. Kill! 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 Loud battle cries could be heard as the Shur slaves formed a regular army that was like a swarm of locusts as they approached their former majestic city. This was once the city that they were proud of, but now it had become a target that they had no choice but to attack. This could be said to be ironic. They killed everything and hated everything. It wasn't just the humans. Even the Stone clan couldn't escape from their evil claws. In their eyes, these Stone clan members were all traitors who had surrendered to the humans, so they had to be killed. Driven by the desire for revenge, they went completely crazy. Each of them fearlessly rushed to the front line. Boom! 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 Shocking explosions could be heard everywhere, and collisions could be heard everywhere. Above the city, many ancient matrices and wards were activated, sweeping out rays of astonishing light that directly swept away the stone slaves that were rushing up, turning them into nothingness. It could be said that the power of these matrices and wards was astonishing. These were originally used by the Stone clan for their own defense. Later, after the human clan took over the city, they also modified it and completely turned it into their own. Bang! 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 Constantly, the stone slaves and their mounts were swept away. Their bodies were completely turned into nothingness, some directly scattered into a cloud of blood mist. A few could be swept away with one sweep. However, there were just too many stone slaves. They were endless, and it was impossible to sweep them all. Soon, the energy of the formation and the barrier above the city wall was running low. Even if they were well prepared, they were still stretched thin at this time. In the face of the crazy attack of the clan, their original reliance was too weak and it was nothing at all. However, these stone slaves were not to be trifled with. All kinds of terrifying attacks broke out. Almost the majority of these hardliners were the experts of the Stone tribe. They had mastered the most exquisite battle techniques and martial arts of the Stone tribe. At this time, they were vividly displayed. Compared to the stone slaves outside, the Stone clansmen who were helping out in the city were undoubtedly a far cry. At this time, not only the human race in the city, but even the Stone tribe had to come forward to help. They had heard about the previous events. Not only were the human race slaughtered and turned into food, even the Stone tribe couldn't escape death. The ones who slaughtered them the most were none other than the hardliners of the Stone tribe. They were also the elites of the Stone tribe. These elites of the Stone tribe hated the commoners for defecting to the human race. They regarded them as traitors. Therefore, they didn't show any mercy when slaughtering them. In fact, they were even more ruthless. After all, they had encountered the human race. They couldn't make a decision. All the commoners were taken away by the heaven-devouring demon tribe. Only the Stone tribe was useless to the heaven-devouring demon tribe. Therefore, how could they dare to have any thoughts of helping the stone slaves? What a joke! Letting these stone slaves in would be the real doomsday for them. Previously, the stone slaves' crazy slaughter had completely forced the stone race to the side of the human race. Even so, compared to the heaven-devouring demon tribe's army, the defense of this city was simply too weak. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Even the number of stone slaves that were sent over was more than 10 million. It was almost comparable to the population of the city. In this grand city, there were not that many cultivators. In fact, among the hundreds of millions of people, there were less than 10 million cultivators. Among them, there were even fewer experts. Facing the former elites of the Stone Clan, the current sure knew they were not a match at all. If it weren't for the help of the various formations and barriers in the Grand City, they would not have been able to last until now. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. It was so big that they couldn't resist at all. Soon, a hole appeared in the endless defense system. Soon, the human race sent a large number of experts to fill the hole. But even so, they were quickly exhausted. The commander among the stone slaves also saw the loophole on this side and hurriedly dispatched the army to this side. At this time, the heaven-devouring demon tribe finally made their move. Although they didn't directly go to the front line, the battle fortresses were also activated. The pitch-black cannon muzzles glowed with a dazzling light. Endless energy was compressed into an astonishing light beam and swept out. Rumble! Endless explosions almost shattered the sound of the entire battlefield. People couldn't hear what was going on. They could only see the dazzling light shining in the sky. It formed a series of explosions. It was beautiful, but it was fatal. Above the majestic city, countless formations and enchantments exploded in an instant, completely turning into ashes. In this series of attacks, all of their defenses looked so ridiculous. Compared to the terrifying power of the Stone Tribe, they were too weak. Just like how it had been broken through by the human race in the past, the entire defense system had now been breached with a huge loophole. Moreover, these terrifying light beams were still extending towards the back. They unceasingly attacked the second and third defense system of the city and directly swept open a terrifying hole. And the stone slaves rushed in while shouting strangely. It didn't matter how many of their clansmen were injured or killed before. They could go in and start a massacre again. The pain of their clan's death seemed to have been suppressed at this moment. They could crazily vent their anger. Behind them, the army of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was finally unable to contain themselves and unleashed their attacks. Like a surging flood, their cavalry swept through the city. Before such an army, the fall of such a majestic city was inevitable. The only difference was how long they would be able to persist. Hold on. My clan's army will arrive very soon. A human elder flew out and wanted to resist the surging flood. However, it was clear that he was no match for them. He was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In an instant, he was completely submerged by the surging flood of cavalry. The entire city was engulfed in the flames of war. That raging fire made it seem as if the entire city was crying. There were massacres everywhere. There were many experts among the human race. However, there were even more commoners. Even if these commoners practiced some martial arts, they were only ordinary. How could they be compared to the surging flood of cavalry? Massacres were everywhere. Flames soared to the sky and illuminated the horizon red. Above the vault of heaven, layers of clouds were formed because of the flames. A heavy downpour instantly fell. It was as if the heavens were weeping because of this massacre. On a street, blood was flowing everywhere. Even after being washed by the heavy downpour, it was still blood red. It couldn't be washed clean. The cavalry of the heaven-devouring demon tribe galloped past. One of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's cavalrymen was carrying a human infant in his hand. That infant's head had already been twisted off. Fresh blood, mixed with the rainwater, flowed down. As for that heaven-devouring monstrous clan's cavalryman, he was slowly chewing on the human infant's head. The rain was so dense that it was hard to open one's eyes. It was like a curtain that blocked all vision. However, one could still clearly see the ferocious smile on the heaven-devouring demon tribe's face. Chapter 30-31. Without the protection of the spirit formations, the allied forces of the humans and the Stone Clan in the city were completely defeated. They were simply no match for them. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, they were quickly drowned by the flood. But even so, the allied forces of the humans and the Stone Clan were still fighting to the death. Behind them was their home. There was no way to retreat. Moreover, even if they surrendered, they would not be able to escape death. With the hatred that the Chernu had for the humans and the Stone Clan, how could they possibly let them go? Furthermore, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's reputation had already spread far and wide. If the humans were to fall into their hands, only death awaited them. They would be eaten alive. As such, it was better to fight with everything they had. The originally bustling street had already turned into an Azura battlefield of slaughter. The human race, who had been forced into a desperate situation, had erupted. One of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's warriors had just hacked a human martial artist in two when a spear light flashed past. Then his chest was pierced by another human martial artist spear, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. But soon, that human martial artist was also beheaded by another heaven-devouring monstrous clan expert. At that moment, those were all experts in the outside world. Normally, they were all awe-inspiring existences. However, on this Azura battlefield, they were dying in batches. Their lives were like grass. Before a battle of such scale, unless one was powerful to a certain extent, they would be nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was like a mill of flesh and blood. No one was able to turn the situation around. Although the allied forces of the humans and the Stone Clan fought back with everything they had, more and more regions were falling. Close to half of the cities had fallen in a short period of time. The desperate fighting continued. However, they were unable to stop the advance of the Chernu and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan behind them, especially the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. They were practically eating as they advanced. That heaven-devouring monstrous clan monstrous emperor was furious that his envoy had been killed. In a fit of rage, he ordered that no one should be spared and that they would all be left as food for his soldiers. He completely treated the humans as food and slaves. Heavens, open your eyes and take a good look. In a pool of blood, a human old man was protecting his grandson. He looked at the endless clouds in the sky and shouted. However, before he could finish his words, his head was crushed by a heaven-devouring monstrous clansman. That heaven-devouring monstrous clansman had a sinister smile on his face. It was as if he was planning to devour everything. Kill. His Majesty said not to seal the saber. Kill them all. Many experts from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan roared as they charged forward. Ordinary experts from other clans would not be interested in a massacre like this. However, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was different. They would not even spare ordinary humans. The reason for that was very simple. It was because they were able to improve by devouring flesh and blood. Although the flesh and blood of ordinary humans were not very useful, it was still very useful to the heaven-devouring monstrous clan when there was a large number of them. That was also the reason why the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was so infamous. As long as it was a clan of flesh and blood, there would not be a single clan that did not fear the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. Battle cries, and all kinds of sinister laughter could be heard. The flames were particularly vigorous in the pouring rain and could not be extinguished at all. The sounds of battle pierced through the sky. The crowd was simply unable to hear what was going on in the surroundings. All they could hear were the loud sounds of battle, causing them to feel fear. A Cold War fortress floated in the sky and shot out frightening pillars of light non-stop. The pillars of light were capable of slicing heaven and earth in two. It was as if they were itching to split the entire city in two. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to have turned dark. Then, an incomparably bright light streaked across the sky. It was as if it was the first ray of light in the universe. As the light streaked across the sky, one could faintly see that heaven and earth were being torn apart. Then, everyone heard a sharp sound of something tearing through the air, as if something was being torn apart. This beam of light brought with it a terrifying whirlwind that seemed to have pierced through the entire cloud layer. The endless black cloud layer seemed to never end. But in the face of this beam of light, it completely disappeared in an instant without a trace. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the shocking scene. Then, an endless gust of wind blew down. The buildings were swept up by the gust of wind and were blown up into the sky. Before they could even touch the light, they were turned into nothingness by an inexplicable power. The light faintly took shape. It was actually a ray of sword chi. No one knew where it came from. It seemed as if it came from the edge of the sky. It also seemed as if it had pierced through the river of time. It only lasted for an instant, but it seemed as if it would last for eternity. Boom! The ray of sword chi directly pierced through a war fortress. No one knew how many resources were used to build this war fortress. Many tactical matrices were activated immediately, wanting to resist the attack. However, they were like butter meeting a hot knife. They were instantly cut apart without any difficulty. Then, something even more horrifying happened. This battle fortress didn't explode like it normally would. Instead, it was annihilated and turned into sand in an instant. When the wind blew, Hua Zong's dust particles scattered all over the sky. This was not a defeat or a kill. Instead, it was the power of rules that caused the entire fortress to collapse on the spot. There were even some air bubbles within it. Upon closer inspection, one would find that those air bubbles were none other than the humans that had been captured earlier. They were all enveloped by the air bubbles, and the sword light did not harm them at all. Many knowledgeable experts revealed astonished expressions. Just how precise was the control of one's own sword chi? Not only did he have to avoid a single person, but he also had to avoid the tens of thousands of people on the entire fortress. This split of attention was already very shocking. However, this only happened for a moment. Then, the ray of sword chi swept across the sky and directly hit another war fortress. The entire war fortress was cut in half. Then, just like before, the entire war fortress turned into sand. When the wind blew, it actually dispersed. Only a lot of bubbles were left in the sky. Inside the bubbles were many terrified humans. Boom! 1. Boom! 2. There were originally many war fortresses in the sky. However, they were all swept away by this sword. It was as if someone had used an eraser to erase the existence of these people in the sky. This sword came too fast. Many people didn't even have time to react. In other words, they only had time to feel the horror for a moment before it was already over. Then, a series of frantic explosions shook the entire sky. An old man from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan widened his eyes. The arm of a human infant that he was chewing fell off his mouth. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The malevolent smile on his face had completely disappeared. Only bewilderment and fear remained. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. This was especially true for the experts from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. The reason for that was because they all knew very well that there were at least 1 million heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen operating the war fortresses in order to properly control the enormous cities floating in the sky. Yet, with a single sword strike, countless war fortresses were destroyed in the sky. In other words, there were at least 100 million heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen that were completely annihilated by that sword strike. It would be one thing if they were ordinary, heaven-devouring, monstrous clansmen. However, they were the elites of the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan. At the moment when they were still astonished, a figure finally slowly appeared. It was a slender figure wearing green clothes. He held a long sword in his hand and seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the sky. He approached from afar. Although he appeared to be moving slowly, he was actually very fast. In just an instant, he arrived above the city from the horizon. The long sword in his hand exuded a terrifying might that made people tremble in fear. To many people with less determined minds, it was like a surging hell. All those who had committed evil deeds in their lives would all be sent to hell and would all have to accept punishment. That's His Majesty, Martial Emperor. It's His Majesty. The survivors of the human race cheered. They were very familiar with Yi Shiwen as one of the few emperors of the human race. Even if he lived in seclusion, he was not a stranger to some people. Many people had seen his drawings. Yi Shiwen was the only emperor of the human race. Thus, many people recognized him in an instant. After those people recognized him, the others also started to cheer. Just a moment ago, they had nearly given up all hope. Although they firmly believed that Mount Buzhou would not ignore them, the speed of the Shernu and the heaven-devouring monstrous clansman's advance was truly too fast. Perhaps before Mount Buzhou's army could finish reorganizing, the city would have already fallen. That was because one side had intentions, while the other side had no intentions. The human race simply did not expect that the heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen would attack them. As for the heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen, they had already gathered their army. Naturally, they were invincible and no one could stop them. Therefore, they also knew that the so-called reinforcements could only be words of encouragement. However, they didn't expect that the reinforcements would really come. Even if the reinforcements were only one person, it was enough. One person was better than millions of soldiers and horses. Yi Shiwen had such an effect. As for the Shernu and the heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen, they were completely terrified. It was not that they did not know how terrifying a monarch was. However, they did not see it with their own eyes, so they would not understand how terrifying that scene was. Why was it said that those below the monarch level were ants? One could clearly understand from this sword. Divine kings, quasi-emperors, all of them would turn into ashes under this sword. They did not even have the qualifications to struggle. In front of a monarch, they were too weak. At this moment, they finally understood why this person in front of them dared to come alone, and dared to come to their rescue alone. That terrifying power was not something that could be made up for by numbers. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent. The cold wind caused his clothes to flutter. A terrifying cold light was flickering in his eyes. He had seen the miserable state of Shizhou, and the killing intent in his heart surged. Chapter 32. The heaven-devouring monstrous beast tribe was much more ferocious than he had imagined. To a clan with flesh and blood, the heaven-devouring monstrous beast tribe was their natural enemy. It was like a snake encountering an eagle, or a mouse encountering a cat. Once they fought, it would be a battle of life and death. To the heaven-devouring monstrous beast tribe, even ordinary humans were their delicacies. They were the fundamental factors for their cultivation progress. How could they let them go so easily? This was completely different from the humans occupying the Stone Province. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. The entire battlefield was extremely quiet. Yi Shiwen's single sword strike had silenced the noisy battlefield. Under this indescribable pressure, everyone held their breaths. They were afraid that their breathing would attract misfortune. That imposing existence made everyone feel suffocated. It was another level of life, a terrifying level that they did not even dare to imagine. "You're courting death." Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. A figure flew out from one of the remaining war fortresses in the distance. It was also a heaven-devouring, monstrous clan member. Merely his entire body was golden. His brilliant golden color was like a small sun and illuminated the entire sky. It was so bright that no one was able to ignore him. Yi Shiwen glanced at him, only to discover that he was a sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous beast tribe. At this point, how could an ordinary heaven-devouring monstrous beast tribe dare to step forward? Wouldn't that be equivalent to courting death? Only a sovereign emperor might be able to fight against Yi Shiwen. Before a sovereign emperor, anyone below the sovereign emperor realm was simply unable to stand a chance. Only a sovereign emperor could deal with a sovereign emperor. This was no longer an unspoken rule. Instead, it was an unspoken rule. Human sovereign emperor, How dare you? Evidently, that monarch of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan did not know who Yishuin was. Even though they were planning to invade the human race and make the human race submit to them and sacrifice over 100 billion clansmen, they did not bother to find out who Yishuin was. In their hearts, it wasn't important at all. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were like fleeting clouds. They didn't matter at all. However, the only thing that he had miscalculated was that the heaven-devouring monstrous beast tribe was not the only one who was absolutely powerful. Were you the one who gave the order to massacre everyone in the city? Yi Shiwen didn't answer his question. He just asked coldly. However, his originally cold expression became even more indifferent. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. The monarch of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was clearly able to see through Yi Shiwen's gaze. Thus, the fury in his heart grew even greater. Yi Shiwen had actually killed all of the elites of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan right before his eyes. This was simply preposterous. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. He immediately said unyieldingly, "Yes, it's me." "Then you've found the right person. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Yi Shiwen's expression became more and more indifferent. As if he was issuing a notice of death, he directly informed the sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monster clan. How arrogant! The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monster clan shouted loudly. He took a step forward, and the long saber in his hand split open like a galaxy. It was a similarly powerful saber light. It was just like the sword light that Yi Shiwen had slashed out earlier. It was equally terrifying and suffocating. Below the city, even the people who were far away could feel the oppressive and terrifying saber light. It was as if the entire city would be completely annihilated by the power of this saber in the next moment. In these two attacks, the two sovereign emperors had displayed such overwhelming and terrifying pressure. This made the heaven-devouring monster clan realize just how big of a gap there was between them and these sovereign emperors. This damned guy is finally going to die. We are all sovereign emperors, but the one from our clan is definitely the strongest. At this moment, a top expert of the heaven-devouring monster clan seemed to be laughing. It was as if he could already see Shiwen's appearance when he was severely injured by this saber light. He didn't know that there were realms among the sovereign emperors. However, he only felt that the sovereign emperor of his clan was the strongest. Kill him! We must kill him! Many experts of the heaven-devouring monster clan and the experts of the Shur Nu roared. They must kill Yi Shiwen. However, in the face of this mighty saber light, the saber light had already reached the space between his eyebrows. It seemed that, even without the saber light, the saber wind alone could still kill him. Yi Shiwen's body was facing a terrifying pressure and pulling force. "You are only at the fourth realm, and you dare to be so arrogant in front of me." Yi Shiwen sneered. He could see the strength level of this expert of the heaven-devouring monster clan with just a glance. An opponent of this level could still pose a threat to him when he had just entered the Fortune God dynasty. However, for the current him it was nothing at all. Yi Shiwen only stretched out his hand slightly and didn't dodge. Then, countless people from both sides of the battle in the city only saw Yi Shiwen's hand. Like brine touching tofu, the saber light that was touched by Yi Shiwen's touch was dissolved, just like how the sword light directly disintegrated those battle fortresses. In Yi Shiwen's eyes, this move of the heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor was simply too weak. Bang! The terrifying pressure that could split the world into two halves exploded in an instant and annihilated Yi Shiwen. All of this happened too quickly. Many people didn't even notice what happened. They only saw Yi Shiwen being swallowed up. At this moment, the human race was crying while the heaven-devouring monster clan was cheering. They had finally gotten rid of a strong enemy. The scene of that sword sweeping across the sky was something that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. It was also because of this that they were very clear that as long as this person was here, the heaven-devouring monster clan's goal could not be achieved. What How is this possible? Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly. Then, they only saw the saber light dissipate. Under this saber light, Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest change in expression. Even the clothes on his body only fluttered in the wind. There wasn't a single trace of damage on them. However, what truly terrified the crowd was that Yi Shiwen had actually caught the saber light with his bare hands. The power that seemed to be able to tear the world apart seemed to be unable to break free from his hands. Furthermore, it was caught between Yi Shiwen's index and middle fingers. There was no difficulty at all. This astonishing saber light was actually unable to move an inch forward. There was simply no way for it to do anything. Bang! However, Yi Shiwen snorted lightly. He exerted force with his index and middle fingers, and the saber light instantly shattered. Is this all you've got? You want to injure me with this level of strength? What a joke! Yi Shiwen said coldly. There was some contempt and indifference in his tone. It was as if he didn't care about the heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor at all. In fact, he indeed had the ability and qualifications to do so. The heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor was even more furious. It was as if he had been insulted by someone else. Although Yi Shiwen didn't say anything, it was enough to make him burn with anger. Saber, come! The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's imperial monarch shouted loudly. Then a long blade flew over from the distant sky and into his hand. He didn't expect to encounter resistance so quickly. Previously, he thought that he could easily sweep through a large area. However, he didn't expect that not only would he encounter resistance, but the person who resisted was even more terrifying. Just one person, 2 fingers, was able to block his terrifying power. That heaven-devouring monstrous clansman's hands that were covered in scales, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call them claws, grabbed onto the blade. Originally, the heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor thought the humans had yet to react, and he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill them. However, the thought disappeared in an instant. He could only fight to the death with the person before him. This long saber was very similar to the saber light from earlier. Or rather, the saber light from earlier was condensed from the saber aura of this long saber. Die. The heaven-devouring monster clan's scaly hands carried an extremely heavy long saber and slashed at Yi Shiwen once again. This time he used his movement technique and even faintly ignited a portion of his life source. All of this was for the sake of killing Yi Shiwen. Only then would he have a chance to break this stalemate. The saber light was formed in the sky. Then it turned into a brilliant brilliance that filled the sky. Every ray of brilliance contained a century's law. Just like that, it gathered and slashed down at Yi Shiwen majestically. This time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces and kill you with a single slash. What was even more unexpected was that the heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor didn't condense his spiritual energy into a saber light. Instead, he simply summoned his Tao artifact. The oppressive feeling he gave off was completely different from before. Even so, Yi Shiwen didn't dodge. He allowed the saber light to land on his body. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the saber light wasn't landing on his body. Instead, it had landed 3 inches in front of him. Then, the blade light couldn't advance any further. It seemed as if a pair of big hands had stopped it. Then, a 5-color divine radiance emerged in front of Yi Shiwen. It transformed into a barrier and blocked the blade light from advancing any further. Is that all you've got? Yi Shiwen sneered. Then he twisted his waist and lashed out with his leg. His leg was as fast as light, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. It appeared to be very far away from the heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor. However, his leg actually managed to land on the heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor. Bang! The heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor let out a muffled groan on the spot. Then his entire body was sent flying to the side. Many people saw that the heaven-devouring monster clan's sovereign emperor vomited a mouthful of blood. His skin was covered in cracks. It seemed as if his skin would shatter at any moment. It was just a simple leg whip, yet it had kicked a sovereign emperor to the point that his body nearly shattered. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 30-33. Yi Shiwen's kick tore through the night sky. It was very simple, yet terrifyingly powerful. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch, who had been extremely arrogant earlier, was simply too weak before that kick. That kick had nearly crippled him. Of course, although an injury of that degree was frightening for Emperor Monarch, it was not fatal. Of course, that was if Yi Shiwen did not continue to attack. However, how could Yi Shiwen possibly give him the opportunity to do so? Right at that moment, a huge foot descended from the sky and landed ruthlessly on the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's Emperor Monarch. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's monstrous emperor smashed into the ground like a meteor. He directly created an enormous crater in the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust for 5,000 kilometers. Like a raging sea, the dust covered everything in an instant. Just this one strike alone was enough to deform the entire dragon vein of the earth. Golden blood dyed the entire ground red. That was the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's Emperor Monarch's blood. All of it flowed down. Roar! The Emperor Monarch was furious. He roared, and his aura soared into the sky. It was as if he wanted to overturn the entire sky. A terrifying power was wreaking havoc. The Emperor Monarch's source energy was burning frantically. His injuries were recovering at an accelerated rate. He roared. His whole body rose from the ground and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. But before he could rush in front of Yi Shiwen, he saw a big hand falling from the sky and then directly slapped down, grabbing his head. It was as if a ball was pressed down, forcefully pressing him into the ground. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion sounded. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's Emperor Monarch was pressed into the ground, creating a 100-meter-wide crater. Beneath his body, one spirit formation after another appeared out of thin air. The spirit formation forcefully dispersed the power emitted from his body, preventing the dragon vein from being damaged any further. This was none other than Yi Shiwen's arm. The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring demon clan didn't care about it at all because this wasn't his home ground. However, the Stone Province would definitely become one of the core territories of the human race in the future. He couldn't ignore it. Once it collapsed, who knew how much time it would take to restore it in the future? That heaven-devouring monster clan's Emperor Monarch's head was on the verge of exploding. However, Yi Shiwen's violent fighting method was not over yet. He grabbed the heaven-devouring monster clan's Emperor Monarch's head and smashed it into the ground once again. Boom! 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 The loud bangs were almost the only sounds in this world. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at everything in front of them. It was not that they had never seen a battle between sovereign emperors, but they had never seen such a violent battle method. Yi Shiwen continued to smash the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's Emperor Monarch's head onto the ground. Furthermore, his expression appeared to be incomparably cold. It was as if he did not know that he was grabbing an Emperor Monarch. This was especially true for those from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. They had always been the ones to bully others. Even when it came to Emperor Monarchs, it was always their race that was more powerful. That was the reason why they had developed the thought that they were invincible. To a race, this was extremely important. Only with unity would their race's luck continue to rise. However, at this moment, when they saw this scene, all of their pride had been smashed away. Or perhaps they were frightened. They were unable to imagine that there would be such a powerful existence in the human race. How could this be? On the contrary, the humans were cheering. Although Yi Shiwen's astonishing fighting method was a bit violent, it was just right for them. They could not be lenient toward these people. In a short period of time, The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch's head had been smashed countless times. Yi Shiwen remained expressionless. It was not that he did not have any other methods to defeat his opponent. Merely, he had still chosen the most violent method. The reason for that was because he had already determined before coming here that he would definitely beat his opponent until they were afraid of him. The more violent the method, the better. Bang! Then, another loud explosion was heard. That heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch's head exploded on the spot. Bone fragments and brain matter splattered everywhere. A primordial spirit flew out from the head of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch. In an instant, it completely ignited its primordial spirit and turned into a mass of crimson light as it flew into the distance. That was the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch's primordial spirit. At this moment, its head had already been destroyed by Yi Shiwen. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before it was killed. He had already been forced into a dead end. He could only take a risk and forcefully escape. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him this opportunity? In the void, endless Nanmingli fire manifested in an instant, and then condensed into a flaming hand. This flaming hand caught the escaping spirit in its hand. Whoosh! A series of ear-piercing burning sounds and the miserable screams of the heaven-devouring monstrous clans, imperial 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 monstrous clans. Imperial monstrous clans, imperial monstrous clans, imperial monstrous clans. Imperial monstrous clans, 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 imperial monstrous clans. Imperial Monstrous Clan, his physical body was quickly reconstructed by the powerful vitality of his physical body. However, it was of no use at all. Without his primordial spirit, he was nothing more than a corpse. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and collected the corpse of this emperor into his pouch. This was undoubtedly a considerable amount of wealth. At this moment, the members of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that were watching the battle between the two sides in a daze immediately burst into an uproar. The reason why they did not leave was because they were frightened by Yi Shiwen's earlier battle. However, more importantly, they were still waiting for reinforcements. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan did not only have one or two monarchs. Faced with such a great war between races, there would naturally be other monarchs. However, the problem was that none of them expected Yi Shiwen to eliminate their greatest hope so easily. How much time had passed? Even a pig would not be killed so easily. Yet Yi Shiwen had eliminated the heaven-devouring monstrous clan so easily. At this moment, they all came to their senses and fled towards the territory of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan like a swarm of bees. They knew very well that, when faced with such a terrifying existence, their strength was nothing to worry about. At this moment, the remaining experts of the Shur clan and the human clan in the city still wanted to give chase. However, they quickly stopped. That was because Yi Shiwen had sent a voice transmission to them, telling them to stop and not to give chase. Although there were many experts among them, they were not the regular army. The Tau soldiers of the human clan had yet to arrive. Moreover, the city was in a state of chaos. It was time for them to clean up. Under normal circumstances, it was natural to compete with the background of the two clans. However, Yi Shiwen did not want to compete with the background of the two clans. Instead, he took a shortcut and killed the higher-ups of the other party. Thus, he did not allow those people to chase after him. Instead, he went alone and chased after those people. If it were anyone else, they might stop at the border of the Shur province and not cross over. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He did not have that many restrictions. In fact, it should be said that he did not have that much fear. He knew even better that the people of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan would not let the matter rest so easily. They would definitely not let go of this grudge that easily. Since that was the case, he might as well start a fight on their battlefield. Puchi! 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 A sword light swept across the sky like a mountain. It was as if it was sweeping away some dust. The escaping experts of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that were struck by the sword light did not even have time to react before they were all killed. Wallalala! There were no clouds in the sky. However, the blood of the experts of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that had been killed was raining down and nourishing the earth. In the past, they had always been the ones to treat others in such a manner. However, at this moment, the situation had been completely reversed. It was others who were chasing after them in such a manner. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. By the time he entered the territory of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, he had already killed most of the escaping heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen. Only 2 or 3 of them were lucky enough to enter the territory of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. However, it was useless. The reason for that was because Yi Shiwen did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to chase after them. Seeing this, those people trembled in fear. They were completely terrified. However, before they could even react, they were also enveloped by the sword light and instantly turned into nothingness. At this moment, the expeditionary army of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was completely annihilated. Regardless of whether it was the people of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan or the slaves that they'd captured, such as Shernu and the others, they were all killed by Yi Shiwen's sword. They were simply no match for him. When Yi Shiwen stepped into the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's territory, he immediately triggered the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's defensive alarms. Yi Shiwen did not conceal his powerful aura, which was as vast as a starry river, and directly charged into the territory. At the same time, many ancient formations and barriers of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan were activated. In an instant, they surrounded Yi Shiwen from top to bottom. At this moment, the astonishing strength of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan could finally be seen. Every single one of those formations had been set up by an extremely ancient expert. An ordinary clan would be able to use one of them as a protective formation. However, there were countless of them here. Rumble! In an instant, boundless pillars of light erupted in the sky and swept towards Yi Shiwen. Every single one of them was as huge as a mountain. With so many of them added together, they were like a dense net that wrapped around Yi Shiwen. There was simply no space for him to escape. They were actually trying to kill Yi Shiwen right from the start and did not hold back at all. Faced with such an attack, Yi Shiwen had no intention of escaping. In an instant, he was engulfed by those pillars of light. Chapter 30-34. Yi Shiwen was instantly engulfed by these densely packed light pillars. Those pillars of light were the result of the joint efforts of countless heaven-devouring monstrous clans, almighties, over countless years. Any single spirit formation or spirit formation would require an enormous amount of manpower and resources to set up. The foundation of a clan was displayed to the fullest in this aspect. In this aspect, the human race was indeed inferior. They might not be inferior in Mount Buzhou, but they were undoubtedly inferior in other places. There was no shortcut to the foundation. If they had it, they had it. If they didn't, they didn't. Every beam of light could even threaten regular sovereign emperors to a certain extent. With so many beams of light sweeping over, one could easily imagine how astonishing it was. Right at the moment when those heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen thought that even if that human monarch managed to escape death, he would be seriously injured. At the very least, they saw a figure gradually walking out. That figure was actually walking toward them, step by step. Those attacks were simply unable to pose any fatal threat to him. Even his own defense couldn't be broken. The time magic robe had already appeared on the surface of his body. It was an emperor's robe. coupled with his current supreme power. He looked just like a supreme emperor who had descended from the heavens. They didn't know where this human sovereign emperor had come from. They didn't know why their clan's expeditionary army would suffer such a huge loss and be chased to this extent. They only knew that their clan's expeditionary army was invincible and had penetrated all the way to the depths of Stone Province. How did the situation turn around in such a short time? They didn't even have the time to send news back from the front line? Thinking of this, many people were very confused. In other words, they couldn't understand it at all. Boom! The time domain suddenly erupted from Yi Shiwen's body. All the attacks that entered this domain immediately slowed down. They were so slow that even the naked eye could see the trajectories of their attacks. Yi Shiwen didn't need to do anything. He only needed to walk, and he could easily shuttle through these attacks. None of the attacks could reach Yi Shiwen's body. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe it. They didn't know how this could happen. Some knowledgeable people had already vaguely guessed that it might be related to time, but they also couldn't imagine how shocking the scene would be when the law of time was used on a large scale. While they were still dumbfounded, Yi Shiwen finally made his move. His big hand suddenly stretched out in the void and grew bigger and bigger. It turned into a big golden hand and suddenly slapped down. Boom! A series of shocking collisions and explosions could be heard. The crowd could clearly see countless barriers and formations in the sky being completely destroyed. The barriers set up by the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's predecessors, and even the barriers set up by monarchs, were completely useless before him. They were directly smashed into pieces. Then, this huge hand continued to sweep across the sky, and the array formations that were displaying their might just a moment ago were completely destroyed in minutes. There was no way for him to unleash the astonishing might from before. As for the heaven-devouring monstrous clansmen that were in charge of the spirit formations and spirit formations, they were all turned into nothingness by the slap. With this simple attack, Yi Shiwen created a huge hole in the entire heaven-devouring monstrous clan's defensive line. All the array formations and barriers within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were completely destroyed. Yi Shiwen didn't stop moving. Countless figures flew out from his body. They were his 3,000 martial arts clones. At this moment, they turned into 3,000 figures and directly attacked the array formations. In minutes, they completely destroyed the array formations. 1 line of defense, 2 lines of defense, 3 lines of defense. These lines of defense were meaningless in front of Yi Shiwen. They collapsed almost at the slightest touch. Wherever Yi Shiwen went, the lines of defense would collapse. These ancient arrays and enchantments weren't originally used to deal with the Emperor realm experts. Only monarchs could deal with monarchs who were great killing machines. At this moment, they finally encountered a calamity. This truly reflected Yi Shiwen's astonishing strength. In just a short period of time, the array formations that the heaven-devouring monstrous clan used to defend against the Stone Clan and the clans in the nearby provinces were completely destroyed. Yi Shiwen had actually killed his way into the depths of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's territory. At this moment, the peerless monarchs from the nearby provinces were also alarmed. How could they not sense such a huge commotion? Previously, both the invasion of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan and the counterattack of the human clan were like fire and lightning. The tables were turned in such a short period of time. They had only just realized what was going on now. Their divine senses swept over, and they had already missed the most exciting part. They could only see the wreckage along the way. They were dumbfounded. Yi Shiwen, who was furious, did not hold back at all. His first attack was to kill. All the territories of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe that he passed through were within his attack range. In particular, the Nan Mingli fire that swept out on a large scale had formed a boundless sea of fire. Although this level of attack was not enough to deal with a sovereign master-level expert, it was enough to be fatal to an ordinary heaven-devouring monstrous tribe member. It seemed that wherever Yi Shiwen went, he would bring death with him. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Isn't that a martial emperor of the human clan? That's right. I've seen him in the central region before. That's right, it's him. However, why is he fighting with the heaven-devouring monstrous clan? Could it be that the human clan and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan have really started an all-out war? Have they shed all pretenses of cordiality? In the sky, many divine senses were communicating. All the monarchs were looking at one another in dismay. They had never expected the two clans to start an all-out war first. Although the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was powerful, they were not undefeatable. Thus, the crowd felt that even if the heaven-devouring monstrous clan were to start an all-out war, it should not be with the human clan. After all, the two sides were simply not on the same level. In the eyes of the big shots of the surrounding provinces, the newly risen human clan was truly nothing. They were not people that they could not afford to offend. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen's reputation of easily pacifying the four provinces, they would have already taken action against him. However, when they saw the miserable state of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, they suddenly rejoiced. Fortunately, they did not do anything too extreme. Judging from Yi Shiwen's appearance, it was clear that he even dared to provoke the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. If they were to truly provoke the human clan, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen's appearance when he started his massacre made them realize that there was a huge disparity between them and Yi Shiwen. Now that the two great clans had started a war, regardless of who won or lost, it would still be beneficial for them. This was especially true for the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. The pressure that they felt from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was simply too intense. After this battle, regardless of who won or lost, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan would definitely suffer injuries. As such, the pressure that they felt from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan would lessen slightly. While the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was still discussing spiritedly, Yi Shiwen had practically swept through more than half of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's territory. Originally, the territory of this province belonged to the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor that Yi Shiwen had killed. It was precisely because of this that he had become the vanguard of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's invasion of the human clan. In fact, when the heaven-devouring monstrous clan invaded the human clan, not all of their forces were gathered. Only a small portion of their forces were gathered. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated by Yi Shiwen with a single attack. When Yi Shiwen swept through the human clan to such an extent, the other supreme existences of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan were finally alarmed. "Who is it?" There was a loud shout that contained both surprise and anger. A figure rushed out with the momentum of Mount Tai, and a terrifying sea of blood came crashing down towards Yi Shiwen. This was an extremely terrifying technique. Within the sea of blood were the resentful spirits of the living beings that he had devoured. Not only were their physical bodies devoured by him, even their souls were captured and integrated into the sea of blood. They would never be able to reincarnate. They would become a part of his strength and provide him with powerful attacks. It was a tragic sight. After these living beings were treated in such a way, they would instinctively produce astonishing resentment. This resentment became his ability to overturn the seas and rivers. The emperor was both shocked and angry. He did not expect that an outsider would attack his territory without him realizing it at all. He only reacted when he had killed his way to his doorstep. Yi Shiwen did not cower in the slightest when facing the surging sea of blood. His hands emitted a dazzling golden light. His hands suddenly split apart in two with the momentum of tearing the sky apart. Swoosh! There was a loud explosion. The entire sea of blood was torn apart by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's body emitted endless golden light. There seemed to be a god hidden in every light particle. They were chanting scriptures to expiate the souls of the dead. Then, wherever his light passed, the resentful spirits were expiated. Their ferocious appearance faded, and they returned to their original appearance. They kowtowed to Yi Shiwen and thanked him before disappearing into the blue sky. The emperors from the other provinces who were watching the battle were a little dumbfounded when they saw this. Yi Shiwen's fighting style was too strong. He did not dodge or evade. He even expiated the resentful spirits in his opponent's sea of blood. How dare you! The emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was shocked to find that his sea of blood was shrinking continuously. The sea of blood that he had accumulated for countless years was melting like snow in the sun. The resentful spirits in the sea of blood were expiated and disappeared in front of him. Yi Shiwen's method was simply digging out his foundation. Die. He finally could not hold it in any more. He roared and opened his mouth at the same time. Then he pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Chapter 32-35. Others might not have any way to deal with this sea of blood. However, it was nothing for Yi Shiwen. In the early years, there had been more than one corpse calamity and turmoil in the myriad worlds. Yi Shiwen had personally pacified many of them. Among them, there was even a corpse emperor whose body had developed spiritual wisdom. He was able to erupt with the might of an emperor. He had beaten Ice Emperor and the others who had just become emperor to retreat again and again. If the corpse calamity was allowed to continue, even if it could not engulf the entire world, it would at least be enough to establish a foothold in the myriad worlds. Just like the underworld and the netherworld kingdom in the past, they would be able to recover their cultivation in their previous life. Their future would be limitless. Unfortunately, they still met Yi Shiwen. During Yi Shiwen's reign, he was unparalleled. Such a corpse calamity might be difficult for others to deal with, but it was easy for him to pacify. After that, Yi Shiwen had read many classics about this. The emperor-level corpse emperors of the past had more or less researched about this. After summarizing them, Yi Shiwen formed his own Tao. It was the easiest for him to deal with these corpses and vengeful spirits. In addition, his cultivation was getting more and more profound. Compared to the emperor-level corpse emperor of the heaven-devouring demon clan, he could naturally suppress them easily. The heaven-devouring demon clan's emperor knew very well that if this were to continue, his sea of blood would be purified by Yi Shiwen. This was his greatest trump card, as well as his greatest reliance. Without his sea of blood, who knew how much his battle prowess would drop? He immediately put away the sea of blood and launched a powerful attack. He spat out a terrifying bloody light from his mouth. It was clearly from the same source as the bloody light in the sea of blood. It was unknown how much terrifying power was contained in the bloody light beam. It poured out in one breath and went straight towards Yi Shiwen's face. Yi Shiwen took a step forward. He did not dodge at all. He took a step forward and punched hard. Bang! The crimson light was scattered on the spot. However, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch had already taken advantage of this opportunity to arrive before Yi Shiwen. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out at Yi Shiwen. The fist energy was wrapped in a crimson radiance and brought about a whirlwind of laws. The moment Yi Shiwen shattered the crimson light, the emperor monarch's fist energy instantly shot towards Yi Shiwen. It went straight for Yi Shiwen's face. You want to compete with me in physical strength? Yi Shiwen sneered. He had never been afraid of this aspect. On the contrary, this was his specialty. The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already arrived before Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was even faster. In an instant, he was already prepared. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch forward as well. The fist might of the 6 paths of reincarnation, fist, wrapped around his fist. Every fist might of the 6 paths of reincarnation formed a 6 paths of reincarnation. Thousands upon thousands of 6 paths of reincarnation gathered together and turned into a terrifying energy current. Bang! Both sides collided directly. It was just a simple collision, but immediately after, everyone saw endless energy mixed with ruptures and shattered nomological laws being blown away in all directions. A clash between imperial lords could easily destroy stars and shatter laws. Through the energy storm, the big shots from the other prefectures were able to clearly see that the collision between both sides had only lasted for an instant. The reason for that was because one side had already been defeated. That person was none other than that sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. In merely a single collision, that sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. The blood-colored energy that was wrapped around his fist and arm collapsed in an instant. That crimson energy was a frightening power that the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's imperial monarch had refined for countless years. However, at that moment, it appeared extremely weak before Yishuin. In merely an instant, it collapsed. However, Yishuin's power did not decrease in the slightest. It did not appear to be damaged in the slightest. Following that, it was a very simple collision of fists. In the next second, that heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch let out a miserable shriek and retreated repeatedly. Before him, blood was splattering everywhere. It was his fist. He had suffered a great loss in the collision with Yishuin. Disbelief still remained in his eyes as he looked at Yishuin. His entire body was trembling. The power of Yishuin's fist had passed through his arm and into his entire body. Even now, his body was still trembling. He was simply unable to stabilize himself. How could this be? That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan simply did not dare to believe his eyes. His sea of blood had been tempered for countless years. It was capable of forming many offensive and defensive abilities. Relying on it, he even dared to fight against sovereign emperors who specialized in their physical bodies. It was precisely because of that he was able to attack without the slightest scruple. However, the truth was that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. He had been utterly defeated. Yishuin's expression remained unchanged. All of this was to be expected. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with it. However, this was the best opportunity. As someone who had experienced thousands of battles, how could Yishuin possibly let go of such a good opportunity? He took another step forward and ruthlessly shot out a cannon fist at that sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. A frightening power surged forth like a river of stars. Although Yishuin had a faster way to deal with this sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, he still chose to use this method. He wanted to beat that sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan until he was afraid. That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had only just taken a step back when he discovered that he had nowhere to retreat to. Yishuin's fist had sealed off all of his escape routes. He was simply unable to retreat and could only fight with all his might. "I'll fight you to the death!" That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan roared. "As long as I can stall for time until the others arrive, it will be the time of your death." How could he not know that he was simply no match for the person before him? He was only a 5th-level sovereign, whereas the person before him was actually an existence above the 7th level. The difference between the two of them was simply too great. The only thing he could do was stall for time. They were simply not on the same level. Bang! Their fists collided once again. That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan let out another miserable cry. A lot of flesh and blood had been torn from his entire arm. His muscles had exploded, and his bones had nearly fractured. Both of his arms had been crippled. Although a sovereign emperor's recovery speed was very fast, he was still unable to withstand the continuous attacks. Yishuin would not give him any chance to recover. In the next instant, he rushed forward once again. Bang! Yet another simple punch was unleashed. It was a cannon punch that pierced through the sky. A wall of blood immediately appeared before that sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan in an attempt to stop Yishuin. However, that wall of blood only managed to stop Yishuin for an instant before it was instantly pierced through. Boom! Yishuin's fist landed on the chest of that sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan hurriedly tried to dodge. However, it was simply too late. He was only able to dodge the most crucial part of the attack. Even so, his chest was still pierced through by Yi Shiwen's fist. The powerful might of the fist carried the Nanmingli fire and began to burn his body. Ah! That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan retreated repeatedly as he cried out miserably. He hurriedly circulated his magic power to expel the Nanmingli fire from his body. However, he discovered that it was not that easy to expel the Nanmingli fire. He could only use his dermic powers to suppress the Nanmingli fire. Because time was of the essence, he did not have the time to expel the Nanmingli fire. His face was contorted, and he was gritting his teeth. The Nanmingli fire was the most unyielding yang flame in the world, and it was the most effective in restraining his cultivation method. He didn't even dare to use the blood sea energy that he cultivated to suppress the Nanmingli fire. Otherwise, it would be turned into energy at any moment, and it would instead fuel the fire. Just when he was busy mobilizing his spiritual power to suppress the Nanmingli fire, Yi Shiwen had already pounced on him again. How could he dare to resist Yi Shiwen head-on? He retreated again and again. His various means were like meeting their nemesis when they encountered Yi Shiwen. Whether it was a physical confrontation or a confrontation of magical powers, he didn't have any advantage at all. Although the divine ability he cultivated was very powerful, it was completely restrained by the extreme yang energy. He wanted to escape, but Yi Shiwen would not give him this opportunity and chased after him on the spot. Bang! He couldn't dodge in time, and even his speed was completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. There was no way he could escape. His head was directly hit by Yi Shiwen's fist, and his entire head exploded on the spot. His body was sent flying like a meteor. Yi Shiwen chased after him again, and smashed the sky flipping seal with the back of his hand. Boom! It was another vicious attack. Many top experts in the distance couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene. Yi Shiwen's continuous attacks sent chills down their spines, and they felt a toothache just by looking at it. If it landed on them, even a single attack could destroy tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years' worth of cultivation. It was normal for a battle between sovereign emperors to last for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Only when one of them wanted to determine life and death in a short period of time would they go crazy. But now, it was clear that Yi Shiwen was simply trying to kill him. Is this martial emperor trying to make the human clan and the heaven-devouring demon clan completely enemies? What kind of conflict happened between the two sides? Why would a martial emperor disregard everything and rush into the heaven-devouring demon clan's territory? Heavens! Many sovereign emperors looked at each other. It was clear that Yi Shiwen intended to fight to the death. What they didn't know was that Yi Shiwen had already killed one sovereign emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be guessing. They would have confirmed it. However, they were also very puzzled. What happened between the two clans? What made Yi Shiwen choose to kill even though he knew that the heaven-devouring demon clan was extremely powerful? How dare you! Let go! 2 angry shouts came from afar. 2 shocking figures flew over from afar. Clearly, they were rushing over from other prefectures. The Fortune Divine Dynasty's prefectures were simply too vast. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't fly over in an instant. Chapter 30-36. The reinforcements from the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe are here, a sovereign emperor said. This was nothing strange in itself. The heaven-devouring monstrous tribe was very powerful. It had been countless years since they conquered 7 prefectures. Their foundation was very strong, and they were invincible in their surroundings. Even when the human race had just emerged and ruled over 4 prefectures, there were still more than 10 sovereign emperors, let alone the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. But why are they so slow? This is completely abnormal. Shouldn't there be 4 or 5 sovereign emperors surrounding them by now? Clearly, these people had a very deep understanding of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. Being next to a tribe that could devour you at any time, they had no choice but to understand the situation of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. From what they knew, the strength of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe should not be limited to this. They're finally here. The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe, who was beaten half to death by Yi Shiwen, finally felt relieved. He had finally managed to stall Yi Shiwen after much difficulty. However, the moment he let his guard down, a fatal attack was delivered to his body. A flash of sword light landed on his neck, and the sword, Qi, instantly burned. He was about to struggle to get up, but another flash of sword light pounced on him and nailed him to the ground. Roar! He roared continuously. He could even feel that his primordial spirit was burning, being burned by the sword aura. The murderous aura contained in the sword aura was eroding his primordial spirit continuously. At this rate, it would not take long before his primordial spirit was eroded and he would die. He wanted to struggle, but it was useless. It was as if he had lost all his strength. He could not move at all. All he could do was look at Yi Shiwen helplessly. Soon, the 2 figures from afar arrived. One of them was the same as the previous one. He was also a sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring demon clan. However, he was much more powerful than the 2 who had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. He had already reached the 7th realm. Even among the sovereign emperors, he was a peerless powerhouse. Although there were many sovereign emperors in the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe, this sovereign emperor should be ranked among the top. Beside him was a wolf. It was a ferocious wolf covered in crystals. Just by lying there, it exuded an unimaginably terrifying might. It was as if the entire sky was about to be devoured by it. Not only did that lazy aura not make him lose points, it made him even more terrifying. This is a crystal wolf emperor. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and immediately recalled the origin of this crystal wolf emperor. That crystal wolf emperor was the mount wolf of an old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. Back then, it had accompanied that old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan in battle. Later on, it had also become a martial emperor. Among the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, it possessed a very special status. This crystal wolf emperor hadn't made a move for many years. It rarely even showed its face. Therefore, the outside world was speculating about its strength. However, no one was able to determine its true strength. Some people said that he had already entered the 9th level, while others said that he wasn't that terrifying. It was just that he hadn't fought in a long time, so these were just rumors. However, when Yi Shiwen stood in front of him, he could see that it was also an existence of the 8th level. It was indeed extremely tyrannical. However, Yi Shiwen also felt strange. With the strength of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that dominated the 7 prefectures, it shouldn't be at this level. After fighting for such a long time, those who should have received the news should have already received the news. Even the sovereign emperors outside had been alarmed, let alone the sovereign emperors of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. However, although there were many experts like the Crystal Wolf Emperor who had come to intercept him, they were only in 2s and 3s. This was completely different from the legendary strength of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. Human, you are very bold. You actually managed to break into this place. However, your good luck ends here. Today, this place will become your grave. The Crystal Wolf Emperor coldly gritted its sharp teeth and looked at him coldly. The human clan will also be exterminated because of you. The Emperor of the Heaven-Devouring Demon Clan, next to the Crystal Wolf Emperor, said indifferently. He was especially furious when he saw the miserable state of the Emperor of the Heaven-Devouring Demon Clan at the 5th realm beside Yi Shiwen. Moreover, the Emperor was struggling to survive under the sword aura. He felt that his murderous aura was about to burst out uncontrollably. You originally wanted to drive us into a dead end. Hundreds of billions of our clansmen are going to be sacrificed to you. You really have a big appetite." Yi Shiwen faintly smiled and said. His expression was calm. However, his eyes revealed the murderous intention in his chest that hadn't been extinguished. What's wrong with that? In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. The weak naturally have to become the blood of the strong and contribute their strength to us. That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan didn't seem to care about Yi Shiwen's words. On the contrary, he said as if it was a matter of course, "The weak are prey to the strong." What a good! The weak are prey to the strong. Yi Shiwen smiled mischievously. He was so angry that he started to laugh. He said, "I'm stronger than all of you, according to what you've said. So, shouldn't you be contributing your wealth to me? Moreover, shouldn't you be working like an ox or a horse for me? How dare you? Who do you think you are to enslave my clan?" That sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan opened his eyes wide in anger. "Humph, forget it. Why would I bother talking to two dead people like you? However, I am a bit curious. Your heaven-devouring monstrous clan shouldn't only have so few people, right? You actually only have so few monarchs in your enormous heaven-devouring monstrous clan? Where are the others?" In terms of numbers, they were not much stronger than the human clan. Of course, in terms of quality, they were much stronger than the human clan. Hearing the word dead from Yi Shiwen's mouth, the eyes of the Crystal Wolf Emperor burst out with a terrifying, killing intent. It stared at Yi Shiwen and coldly said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. When I was dominating the world, even your sway sovereign had not appeared. So what if you've lived for so long? It's just a waste of time. You've been living like a dog for such a long time, and you only know how to take advantage of your seniority. Don't you know shame?" The Crystal Wolf Emperor stood up. It could no longer conceal the killing intent in its chest. It said, "I will let you know that living for so long is not just a waste of time." Yi Shiwen smiled noncommittally. Then he looked at it and said, "What? Only so few people. No other reinforcements? You want the other experts of my clan to surround and kill you? Just the two of us are enough." The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan said angrily. Yi Shiwen had ignored him time and time again. This made the sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan unable to contain his anger. "I am just afraid that this small number of people is not enough to kill." Right at that moment, he finally moved. He took a step forward, and the demon wings on his back spread open. In the blink of an eye, he flew out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before that heaven-devouring monstrous clan's emperor monarch. The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was even more furious. Yi Shiwen had picked him to attack. It was obvious that he wanted to bully the weak first. "You dare to treat me as a weak persimmon?" The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan roared and immediately threw a punch at Yi Shiwen's face. His reaction was extremely fast. "So what if I'd bully a weak persimmon like you?" Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. He also took a step forward and clenched his fist. It turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In an instant, it spread out and collided with the sovereign emperor. Boom! 2 peerless fist techniques collided. The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was clearly an expert in fist techniques. His fist technique was much stronger than the one from before. In addition, he had also stepped into the 7th level, so the gap between him and Yi Shiwen was not as wide as the gap between the 2 sovereign emperors from before. Bang! After an astonishing explosion, the 2 fists collided. They devoured each other's fist momentum, cancelled each other out, and spread out. Thump, thump, thump. The sovereign emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan took a few steps back before he managed to stop. He felt as if his entire arm was going numb. At this moment, he finally understood why the previous sovereign emperor of the 5th level couldn't even delay Yi Shiwen's arrival. It wasn't because his teammate was too incompetent, but because his opponent was too abnormal. And just when Yi Shiwen was planning to go one step further to chase after it, a big bloody mouth like a huge storm fell down towards him at lightning speed. It was the Crystal Wolf Emperor. Its entire head had transformed into a crystal stone. Although it was in the shape of a wolf, it was actually not a demon race, but a crystallizer race. There weren't many of them, but each and every one of them was a top-notch powerhouse. It was an extraordinary race. Boom! When that mouth closed, a loud sound resounded in the world. Even the space was torn apart. The bite force of this Crystal Wolf Emperor had reached an astonishing level. Even Yi Shiwen didn't want to be bitten by it. It was a pity that it had bitten empty air. After Yi Shiwen opened his demon wings, his speed rose to the limit. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen appeared above the Crystal Wolf Emperor in a flash. The Avicii sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He shouted, "Buried sword technique!" The long sword in his hand emitted a sword light that resembled a galaxy. It fiercely chopped down. This sword light was like a lightning and directly went towards the head of the Crystal Wolf Emperor. In fact, for a creature like the Crystal Wolf Emperor, it didn't matter where it was chopped because its defense was very astonishing. Clang! A loud sound resounded. Yi Shiwen's Avicii sword had cut a wound on the body of the Crystal Wolf Emperor. Sparks flew everywhere. Chapter 32-37. The Crystal Wolf Emperor was in pain and retreated again and again. There was a shocking scar on its head. It was extremely eye-catching on its huge body. The Crystal Wolf Emperor did not expect Yi Shiwen to be able to break its defense. Although it had not been completely broken, it was already an extremely dangerous sign for it, who relied on its physical body to survive. Because it was born with a tyrannical body, it was also good at physical cultivation. Magical powers were not its strong point. Everyone had their own specialties. Only by sacrificing and gaining could it be possible to step into the Emperor realm in sufficient time. Yi Shiwen, who had learned a variety of things and still had some achievements, was simply a rare freak that only appeared once in a million years. In fact, Yi Shiwen was also surprised. His sword did not cut off the Crystal Wolf Emperor's head. It only left a scar. The Crystal Wolf Emperor's defense was indeed amazing. It was almost comparable to Emperor Tian Yi's. It should be known that Emperor Tian Yi had stepped into the 9th realm. It could be said that the Crystal Wolf Emperor was indeed outstanding in this aspect. He is not at a disadvantage. Many Emperor lords were stunned as they watched the scene in front of them. For those sovereign emperors who were watching the battle, existences above the 7th realm were considered very powerful, to the extent that they could only look up to them. However, Yi Shiwen was fighting against a 7th realm and an 8th realm, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. This strength was enough to raise their evaluation of Yi Shiwen by several levels. He was not as simple as they had imagined. He was even more powerful than they had initially thought. Yi Shiwen came to know the depth of both of them after a brief exchange of moves. Compared to himself, both of them were nothing, even though the Crystal Wolf Emperor was also at the 8th realm. But even if he had just broken through to the 8th realm, he would have been able to defeat it, let alone now. It was just that he could not go all out because he was still afraid of the legendary 9th realm super-existence of the heaven-devouring demon clan. That was Yi Shiwen's biggest opponent in this trip to establish his prestige. It was precisely because he did not know when he would rush out from the dark that he had no way to use his full strength. Boom! Yi Shiwen repelled the attack of the heaven-devouring demon clan emperor with one blow. It directly made him retreat a few steps. What's wrong? Your legendary ancestor is not going to appear? Yi Shiwen said faintly. At the same time, he was extremely tense. Once there was any sign, he would go all out. There is no need for the ancestor to deal with you, the Crystal Wolf Emperor said indifferently. The other monarchs were also dumbfounded. They had never expected that Yi Shiwen's target would actually be the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Judging from Yi Shiwen's words, It was clear that it was not because he did not know about the existence of such a frightening existence that he dared to brazenly charge into the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's territory. Rather, he had clearly known about it. Yet he still did it. What was his trump card? Since he is not, I will beat until he appears. Yi Shiwen saw that the other party didn't intend to come out, so he simply didn't wait anymore. The Emperor, Lord Wolf Emperor, roared and rushed. That monarch of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan roared and pounced forward again. He formed a pincer attack with the Crystal Wolf Emperor on the other side. Yi Shiwen's strength was clearly above them. There was no way they could win against him alone. Only by joining forces could they possibly suppress Yi Shiwen. Boom! A frenzied magical power burst out of Yi Shiwen's body. It seemed as if it had transformed into a waterfall and rainbow in the sky and swept across the sky. How did he become stronger? Many people were even more dumbfounded because they discovered that Yi Shiwen's original strength had been upgraded to a whole new level. Compared to a moment ago, the present Yi Shiwen gave people a more terrifying feeling. He was even more invincible. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength just now? The Crystal Wolf Emperor was also an expert of the 8th realm. However, Yi Shiwen had concealed his true strength while facing an expert of the same realm, and he had managed to gain the upper hand even though he was fighting against 2 experts of the same realm. It was no wonder that he had dared to challenge the legendary 9th realm ancestor of the heaven-devouring demon race. What? Impossible! The heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor and the Crystal Wolf Emperor were completely shocked. Previously, they thought that Yi Shiwen had used his full strength against the 2 of them. Unexpectedly, that was not the case at all. However, it was already too late. Yi Shiwen, who had released his full strength in one breath, did not stop at all. He took a step forward and shouted loudly. Then he threw a punch towards the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor. Yi Shiwen had to kill this weak one first so that he could focus on dealing with the Crystal Wolf Emperor. The heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor was not to be outdone, especially when Yi Shiwen was pressing forward. He had no way to retreat or dodge. He also threw a punch, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Bang! The 2 fists of both parties approached each other rapidly in the sky. Then they collided rapidly. In just an instant, the victor was decided. The explosive turbulence of the laws swept out and formed a terrifying storm, isolating everything. Just when everyone was trying to see what was happening in the storm of laws, they saw a figure flying out from it. Everyone looked at it. Who else could it be other than the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor? Like a meteor, the sovereign monarch of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was sent flying. His blood left an extremely obvious mark in the sky. His blood, which was as heavy as Mount Tai, even tore the sky apart. A level 7 sovereign monarch had already reached a world-shaking level. The victor has been decided. Many people's pupils shrank slightly. The victor had been decided in just one strike. In the previous battle, Yi Shiwen had already displayed an advantage. However, what Yi Shiwen had displayed now was not just a simple advantage. Instead, it was a complete and overwhelming advantage. In just one strike, the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor had been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen. The victor of the battle was decided in an instant. Boom! However, at that moment, the crowd could finally see that the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor was vomiting blood. The muscles all over his body were full of cracks. Even the Crystal Wolf Emperor had not expected to be seriously injured by a single strike. Thus, he was unable to stop Yi Shiwen in time. He could only see Yi Shiwen unfolding his demon wings and chasing after him after a successful strike. He did not give the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor any time to react. The heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor felt the world spinning around him. His entire body felt like it was going to collapse. Endless pain filled his heart. However, he understood that he was still in the middle of a battle. It was not the time to relax yet. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that Yi Shiwen's figure had unknowingly appeared in front of him. The martial emperor seal in his hand grew larger and larger. In just an instant, it was as large as a mountain. Boom! The heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor only had time to let out a miserable cry. His entire body was engulfed by the martial emperor seal. His physical body exploded. His Yuan spirit that was floating in the sky was also shattered by the martial emperor seal. The heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor's body was easily absorbed by Yi Shiwen. In just 2 short moves, the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor, who was at the 7th realm, was killed by Yi Shiwen. Such speed completely shocked the sovereign emperors. He was definitely a peerless, ferocious person. If they were in his place, they would not be able to withstand a single move. Although it was partly due to the fact that the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor was unprepared, his combat power was shocking enough. "You're courting death." The Crystal Wolf Emperor was furious. Yi Shiwen had killed a heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor right under his nose. He opened his mouth as if he was going to swallow the entire world. This was a supreme magical power that had already fused with his body long ago. It could exert the most terrifying power, swallowing the world with a single mouth. Everyone felt the world turn dark. Immediately after, all the laws and spiritual energy in the world were compressed together. It was as if the universe had collapsed and returned to its original point. The entire scene was extremely terrifying. The center of all of this was Yi Shiwen. At the moment when Yi Shiwen killed the heaven-devouring monstrous clans, imperial 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 monstrous clans. Didn't dodge or evade. He didn't know whether it was because he didn't have enough time or he didn't have this thought at all. Boom! There was a loud explosion and the void was shattered. Everyone could see the fragments of the space collapsing one by one and spreading out in all directions with Yi Shiwen as the center. However, Yi Shiwen, who was in the center, did not waver in the slightest. The terrifying biting force was ineffective around him. His time-divine kingdom expanded as if it was independent of this world, forming its own world. In the end, this attack still failed to break Yi Shiwen's time-divine kingdom. It only formed a burst of time ripples around him. The colorful colors were extremely beautiful, like an aurora. However, no one was appreciating it at this time. Everyone held their breath and stared at the battlefield. Everyone had a feeling that victory or defeat was right in front of them. They didn't want to miss a single moment. At this moment, Yi Shiwen, who had kept the heaven-devouring demon clan's sovereign emperor's corpse, suddenly moved. His hands tore the sky apart. Boom! Yi Shiwen seemed to have torn something and encountered an obstacle. Then Yi Shiwen let out a loud shout and suddenly increased his strength. Then the entire sky was torn apart. Then blood suddenly appeared and poured down like a torrential downpour. Then a huge skull flew out, and a huge figure was revealed. It was not the Crystal Wolf Emperor. Who was it? Chapter 32-38. However, at this time the Crystal Wolf Emperor was no longer as majestic as before because its entire skull, along with its big mouth, had been flipped over by Yi Shiwen. Everything looked extremely bloody. The Crystal Wolf Emperor retreated again and again. Its overturned skull also gradually grew back. However, this attack still scared many people. Yi Shiwen's attack power was really too frightening. You attacked just now, Now it's my turn." The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth raised into a sneer. His whole body was like an arrow that had left the bowstring. He violently shot out and instantly arrived in front of the Crystal Wolf Emperor. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist was fast and ruthless. The Crystal Wolf Emperor simply had no way to dodge. It was bombarded on the spot, and its whole body was sent flying upside down. Yi Shiwen's punch had created a deep pit on its crystal body. The deep pit was surrounded by dense cracks that spread in all directions like a spider's web. Although it was only a group of them, such injuries were already very shocking. Because Yi Shiwen's offensive was continuous, this was just the beginning. Yi Shiwen's offensive was like a violent storm. It directly stunned the Crystal Wolf Emperor. In other words, it stunned the vast majority of the people present. Previously, Yi Shiwen had displayed his strong side. Each of his punches was extremely powerful. It seemed as if they could pierce through the sky. But now, everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was far more powerful than that. He was also as fast as lightning. The speed of an Emperor King was naturally not slow. However, it was extremely rare for someone to reach Yi Shiwen's speed. In other words, everyone was confused by Yi Shiwen's previous attacks. They didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would actually be stronger in this aspect. Moreover, he was an all-rounder. Bang! 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 Every punch on the Crystal Wolf Emperor's body would create a huge hole. If it had a flesh and blood body, it would have been severely injured. However, the Crystal Wolf Emperor was still stubbornly fighting back. Its race had endowed it with a powerful body. At this time it was vividly manifested. However, in the eyes of everyone, such a counterattack was futile because it was difficult for his attack to cause any fundamental threat to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen used the time robe to protect his body. He used the power of time to form the Time Kingdom of God. This was the most powerful defense. Although the Crystal Wolf Emperor was formidable and not weak in the 8th realm, it was a pity that it had encountered Yi Shiwen. Although he had not entered the 9th realm, he was enough to crush it. On the contrary, each of his attacks was able to cause considerable damage to the Crystal Wolf Emperor. It could even be said that if the Crystal Wolf Emperor was not careful, a single punch would be enough to cause a fundamental threat. This he's attacking with his bare hands. Even with the Crystal Wolf Emperor's special physique, it's still not his match. At this moment, the spectating sovereign emperors of the various clans also came to their senses. They had completely overlooked a problem. Yi Shiwen's physical body was also very terrifying. Because of the Crystal Wolf Emperor's special physique, it didn't even need to refine a Dao tool. Instead, it used all the materials to refine its own body. It could even be said that its own body was a tyrannical Dao tool. It wasn't that they had never seen a tyrannical person with a tyrannical body. However, there were very few people who could contend against a Dao tool with their bare hands, let alone injuring a Dao tool with their bare hands. This was simply unheard of and unseen. Yi Shiwen's fist hit the Crystal Wolf Emperor's body. His own hand was completely unharmed. On the contrary, a huge depression appeared on the Crystal Wolf Emperor's body. There was no need to doubt who was stronger and who was weaker in terms of physical strength. It was very clear at a glance. Before, the Crystal Wolf Emperor had been caught unprepared by Yi Shiwen's sudden burst of strength. It had suffered a huge loss. At this time, this gap had been magnified infinitely. The original injuries hadn't been healed yet. Now new injuries had appeared. It was simply not giving it a way out. However, many sovereign emperors found it very strange. Up until now, Yi Shiwen had beheaded several sovereign emperors. Even super powerhouses of the 7th realm had appeared. However, the heaven-devouring demon clan seemed to be silent. They didn't seem to have any intention of appearing. Could it be that something had happened? Or had they all gone out? These doubts lingered in everyone's minds. At this time, many heaven-devouring demon clans' quasi-emperors became anxious when they saw that even the Crystal Wolf Emperor was no match for Yi Shiwen. They simply didn't dare to blindly intervene in a battle of this level. In fact, if they were to get a little closer, they might be turned into ashes by the astral winds caused by the battle between the two sides. Quickly go and invite the old ancestor. No one can stop this guy except for the old ancestor. Quick, quick, quick! Fight! The Crystal Wolf Emperor was beaten back again and again. However, Yi Shiwen didn't show any mercy. He continued to press forward. It was obvious that he had the intention of killing the Crystal Wolf Emperor here. The Crystal Wolf Emperor had already understood that if he didn't fight, he wouldn't even have the slightest chance of winning. The person in front of him was too strong. Even though they were at the same realm, he had a feeling of being crushed by him. The Crystal Wolf Emperor didn't know how this evildoer had grown to such an extent. If he couldn't be killed, he would definitely become a great trouble for the heaven-devouring demon clan in the future. According to this situation, once he entered the 9th realm, no one would be able to stop him. At that time, the heaven-devouring demon clan would undoubtedly have an unparalleled enemy. Although the heaven-devouring demon clan had always been confident and didn't fear strong enemies, having an enemy of the 9th realm and having an enemy of the Emperor realm was completely different. Roar! The Crystal Wolf Emperor's entire body, which was made up of crystals, was blooming with light. Every cell and every atom was burning, releasing a terrifying power. Then, all of it was concentrated in its mouth. It suddenly opened its mouth, forming a momentum that could swallow the sky. Compared to before, this attack was many times more tyrannical. At this moment, the Crystal Wolf Emperor was simply the sole ruler of the world, the sole overlord of the universe. Every single cell in his body was burning, and every single one of them contained a god kingdom of all sorts. It was as if heaven and earth were being split asunder, and the power of the god kingdoms was being channeled into him. The Crystal Wolf Emperor was about to swallow Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. The entire universe was collapsing towards Yi Shiwen. The scene was extremely terrifying. Swallowing the sky? Is this all you've got? Yi Shiwen didn't care about the opponent's attack. He just clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The aura of 6 paths of reincarnation formed behind him, forming a huge wheel of 6 paths of reincarnation. Every time the wheel rotated, Yi Shiwen's power would increase by 1 point. Just like the Crystal Wolf Emperor, Yi Shiwen also intended to defeat the Crystal Wolf Emperor in one blow. Only in this way could he possibly end the battle in a short time. This was because he had already sensed a terrifying aura gradually awakening in a distant province. That aura was even stronger than the current Crystal Wolf Emperor. Just a little bit of the aura that leaked out was enough to tell that it was something else. Yi Shiwen immediately determined that it was very likely that the so-called old ancestor of the heaven-devouring demon race had awakened from his long slumber. And he had to kill this Crystal Wolf Emperor before the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring demon race could awaken. Finally, Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation were rotated to the extreme. The terrifying power was completely condensed on Yi Shiwen's fist. 6 paths of reincarnation. I'll send you to heaven. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The momentum of his fist blasted out. It was so terrifying that it could overturn the world in an instant. The momentum of his fist pierced through everything. It was incomparably swift and fierce. Even the devouring power of the Crystal Wolf Emperor was broken in an instant. It couldn't continue to crush towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist finally collided with the Crystal Wolf Emperor. A horrified look flashed in the eyes of the Crystal Wolf Emperor. It immediately sensed that this blow was completely different from any of the previous blows. Yi Shiwen's strength had increased by many times. How can he be so strong? The Crystal Wolf Emperor wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Yi Shiwen wouldn't give it the opportunity. The momentum of his fist turned into a terrifying torrent and bombarded its body. The Crystal Wolf Emperor felt that every crystal and every cell in its body was flowing. Yes, its solid body was like a liquid and a gas at this time. It was flowing in the torrent of Yi Shiwen's fist and was blown away. It was as if the atoms and cells had been disintegrated from their roots. Even his supernatural power could not stabilize his body. He felt as if his entire body was about to be blown away, collapsing inch by inch. Even the primordial spirit contained in each of his cells, the primordial spirit that was extremely difficult to kill, was annihilated on the spot the moment it was blown away. Roar! The crystal wolf emperor looked up to the sky and roared. It couldn't care less at this time. It was burning its emperor's origin. It wasn't to kill Yi Shiwen, but to stabilize its body. It wouldn't be sent into the cycle of reincarnation by Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist and annihilate it. However, it was useless. In front of Yi Shiwen's fist, its resistance was like Hai Tong's resistance against an adult. It was simply impossible. At this time, countless figures flew out and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to stop him. They were the powerhouses of the heaven-devouring demon clan. However, they hadn't even gotten close to Yi Shiwen when they were strangled by the time power of Yi Shiwen's time robe. There was no difference, even if they were quasi-emperors. In front of an emperor, the power of a quasi-emperor was as insignificant as an ant. Crack, crack! Everyone heard a teeth-aching, cracking sound. They saw the entire body of the Crystal Wolf Emperor being annihilated inch by inch. The speed of annihilation was getting faster and faster as time passed. It didn't take long for the Crystal Wolf Emperor to be completely annihilated. Not even the slightest trace of its body was left behind. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard from afar. It seemed as if the world was being split apart. A terrifying aura swept across the world. Chapter 32-39. The terrifying aura grew stronger and stronger. In the sky, it was as if the world was going to be torn into countless pieces. The powerful aura grew stronger and stronger. Soon, it condensed into a figure. It was an old man. His skinny body made people feel a chill down their spines. The void was distorted, as if some sort of power was surging. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He had already recognized the person in front of him. The terrifying strength of a cultivator above the 9th level could almost control the entire world. All the laws and mystical powers had to obey his commands. It was a kind of supreme control. Even Yi Shiwen felt suppressed in this aspect. It was not difficult to guess that the person who could suppress him in terms of laws and the great Tao of heaven and earth was definitely a cultivator of the 9th level. Compared to a cultivator of the 9th level, Yi Shiwen's current comprehension of laws was still a notch lower. Without reaching that level, his cultivation and comprehension would naturally be a notch lower. If Yi Shiwen had reached that level, he would have already reached the 9th level. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan glared at Yi Shiwen fiercely. When he sensed that the Crystal Wolf Emperor that had accompanied him for many years had been killed, he felt as if all the blood in his body was going to flow in reverse. After sleeping for so many years, he had actually seen something like this. Damn it! The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was furious. He wanted to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces to vent his anger. Boom! The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan lashed out with his claw. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. The wind and clouds were drawn into the claw's shadow. The claw carried a terrifying torrent as it pierced through space and arrived before Yi Shiwen in an instant. From this attack alone, Yi Shiwen could instantly tell that the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had a profound cultivation. He was most likely even stronger than Monarch Tian-Yi. Monarch Tian-Yi had most likely just reached the 9th level. Therefore, there was still a gap between his strength and that of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. The terrifying might that the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan unleashed made the experts from the other prefectures who had come to watch the show tremble. They felt as if their necks were being strangled. 9th level. Is this really the 9th level? Can an imperial emperor be this powerful? Looks like I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. I've underestimated the heroes of the world. I thought that even if the 9th level was strong, they wouldn't be this strong. Although they were prepared, the strength of the 9th realm still completely terrified them. The attack was as fast as lightning and as swift as a phantom. It directly swept towards Yi Shiwen's chest. Bang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. It was as if two extremely hard pieces of iron had collided with each other, and there were even some sparks. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Shiwen retreated repeatedly after taking the all-out attack from the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. He felt as if his chest was overturning, and he nearly vomited blood. Compared to when he had crushed the Crystal Wolf Emperor and the 7th level heaven-devouring monstrous clan's monarch earlier, his strength was simply incomparable. However, Yi Shiwen was not afraid. On the contrary, his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. The reason for that was because he had discovered a huge secret. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan possessed an extremely profound comprehension. In fact, his comprehension was even above that of Monarch Tianyi's. However, when it came to explosive strength, it was not much stronger than Monarch Tianyi's. It was as if there was some sort of force that restrained his explosive strength at the most crucial moment. It was as if he was injured and was unable to unleash his full strength. Once this thought appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind, he could no longer dispel it. The reason for that was because he discovered that if he were to think in that direction, everything would proceed smoothly. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was clearly of a high cultivation. However, in terms of strength, he was simply unable to unleash his full battle power. If his strength was not restricted by something, there could only be one possibility: he was injured. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen had also noticed that the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had been awakened by the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. In other words, the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was in a state of deep sleep. Although a monarch's time was endless, no one would complain about having too much time to the point that they would need to sleep to pass the time. This sort of situation was very common among the gods. After all, their lifespans were simply too long. Even the gods themselves were unable to endure it, and had no choice but to sleep to pass the time. This was also the practice of some long-lived clans. However, that was only limited to ordinary gods. It was impossible for a monarch to do such a thing. For someone to be unable to endure such a degree of loneliness, it would be impossible for them to reach the monarch realm. To a monarch, they would want nothing more than to split themselves in half. Above the monarchs were the legendary heavenly exalts. Furthermore, there were also the legendary supreme existences that had obtained good fortune. As such, how could they possibly have the time to sleep? In that case, there could only be one possibility: he was injured. Furthermore, his injuries were so serious that he had no choice but to sleep to slow down the corrosion of his injuries, just like Emperor Hades, who had been killed by Yi Shiwen back then. If that was the case, it would perfectly explain why the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was unable to unleash his full strength. What are you laughing at? The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was planning to continue his attack. However, when he saw the smile on Yi Shiwen's face, he couldn't help but ask, "I'm laughing at the fact that your death is about to arrive, yet you're still unaware of it." Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. The cry of a phoenix sounded from his body, and a warm current flowed through his entire body. The injuries caused by the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan were completely healed. Death is about to arrive. A fierce glint flashed through the eyes of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan as he stared coldly at Yi Shiwen. That's right. Did you think that I couldn't tell that you're injured? You actually dared to stop me with your injured body? You're extraordinarily confident. Yi Shiwen faintly stated his conjecture. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan finally revealed a different expression from before. His expression changed greatly. What? The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan is injured? At that moment, the spectating monarchs finally reacted. None of them had fought the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan directly. Thus, they were unable to detect anything amiss. Furthermore, the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was already extremely terrifying to them. No wonder the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan has not appeared for such a long time. Many people blurted out. Thinking of this, many people realized that something was clearly amiss. There were still many things that they were unaware of. So there's actually such a secret. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan retracted his astonished expression in an instant. Then he glared at Yi Shiwen and said, "Although it's only a crippled body, it's more than enough to take care of you. After you die, your clan will also be exterminated. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared." The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had already learned what was going on from the quasi-emperors of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that had awakened him. It turned out that Yi Shiwen was actually from the human race that he had never paid any attention to. However, he had never imagined that there would be such a powerful existence in the human race. The result should be the other way around. Yi Shiwen said coldly, "Since you've invaded my human race, you should prepare yourselves. Those who attack my human race will be killed no matter how far away you are." Killed no matter how far away you are? What a great killed no matter how far away you are. Unfortunately, you definitely won't have the chance to do so. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan revealed an incomparably sinister expression. His aura continued to increase inch by inch. Soon, it had reached an unimaginable level. He felt as if the source energy of the entire universe was under his control, and that no one could contend against him. No one could contend against him. Boom! The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan made his move. A long saber had appeared in his hand. The long saber was pitch black and emitted a gloomy glow. However, at the tip of the long saber, there seemed to be a mouth that was tightly shut, as if it was brewing some sort of terrifying power. Once it was opened, it would possess the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Yi Shiwen only saw the long saber appear in the hand of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan in an instant. Then, the long saber directly appeared before him. It was as if it was going to split the heaven and earth apart. The saber light transformed into a river of stars, bringing forth a brilliant radiance as it ruthlessly slashed down. Contained within that single slash was all the comprehension of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Although it was a very simple slash, it possessed an absolutely unavoidable and frightening might that sealed off the entire space. Puchi, the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, directly sliced Yi Shiwen in two. So powerful, so fast, as expected of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. That's right, it's really him. That long saber in his hand should be the heaven-devouring saber, right? It's said that the heaven-devouring saber is forged from another mouth on his body and possesses frightening might. Once he opens his mouth, he will be able to unleash the power that he has accumulated for countless years. Simply no one can contend against him. A monarch recognized the long saber in the hand of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Everyone was left speechless by the stunning slash from the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. The way they saw it, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. After being struck by that slash, it was simply impossible for Yi Shiwen to survive. However, right at that moment, a monarch cried out in alarm. What? Impossible! The crowd hurriedly looked over and saw that Yi Shiwen, who should have been struck by the slash, had turned into a lump of light and disappeared. Chapter 3240. Everyone immediately opened their heaven's eyes and scanned the entire battlefield. They refused to believe that Yi Shiwen would disappear for no reason. He must have hidden somewhere. Right at that moment, a palm suddenly appeared in the sky. Like an enormous cloud, it covered the entire sky. Universe's creation palm. The enormous palm struck down fiercely. Its speed appeared to be slow, but was actually very fast. In an instant, it was already on the body of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. The frightening power of the palm was completely unleashed in an instant. The entire power of the sky was completely grasped by that palm. It appeared to be even more frightening than the palm attack unleashed by the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor earlier. Boom! That palm struck the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor without holding anything back. A frightening storm of laws was set off. In an instant, it covered the entire battlefield. At the moment when the crowd were still trying to figure out exactly what was going on, they saw a figure rapidly retreating from the center of the attack. That person was none other than the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Yi Shiwen's figure gradually appeared above the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. His entire body was flickering with golden light. On his back, the demon's wings were flapping non-stop. His expression did not change much. Many people were astonished by the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor's slash. However, although Yi Shiwen was astonished, he was not completely unprepared. After all, he had fought against Monarch Tian Yi before. As such, he knew very well how frightening a surprise attack from a level 9 expert was. It was simply not something that a level 8 expert could imagine. Even with Yi Shiwen's movement technique, he had to utilize his demon's wings to their limits in order to keep up with the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. As such, Yi Shiwen managed to dodge the slash at the crucial moment. Instead of killing the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, he ended up being killed instead. Merely, compared to before, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was clearly in a much more sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and there was even some blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some losses in the surprise attack just now, although it was only a small loss. But considering his cultivation and Yi Shiwen's realm, this was already commendable. In fact, it could even be considered as something that was simply impossible. Even in a seriously injured state, 9th level experts were still at the 9th level. They were simply not existences that 8th level experts could hope to match up to. Furthermore, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was a veteran 9th level expert. His cultivation was unfathomably deep. However, even so, Yi Shiwen had still succeeded. Everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Could it be that the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan had really weakened to such an extent? However, they immediately overturned their conjectures. That was because the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan had attacked, once again. A terrifying saber light soared into the sky. Almost at the instant Yi Shiwen appeared, the counterattack followed him like a shadow. Even though the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan had suffered a small loss from the previous critical attack, he still managed to react in an instant. Not only did he not become dispirited, but he even counterattacked Yi Shiwen. The might of this attack was not the slightest bit weaker than the previous one. In fact, it was even stronger. This immediately made many people overturn their conjectures. It wasn't that the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan had become weaker. Rather, it was that Yi Shiwen was too strong. What palm technique was that? Why was it so terrifying? It is indeed extremely terrifying. I have never seen such a tyrannical palm technique in my life. This Yi Shiwen is too powerful. Even though these emperor lords had become emperors for a very long time, they were already very far away from the time period when the fortune creation heavenly monarch was still around. There was simply no interaction between them. As such, they could no longer recognize that this was the martial technique that the fortune creation heavenly monarch had used to dominate the world. Yi Shiwen immediately felt that the comprehension and control of the world principles around him had been stripped away in the face of the terrifying storm of world principles. Eighth realm experts were already the best among the emperors, but ninth realm experts were even better. They were the true top powerhouses among the emperors. Yi Shiwen did not dare to be careless in the slightest. A dragon vein in his body continued to burn, forming a terrifying spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was channeled into Yi Shiwen's palm. In an instant, a lot of spiritual energy was ignited. Only in this way could he display such a heaven-defying palm technique like the fortune creation heavenly palm. However, it was not as terrifying as when he defeated Emperor Tianyi. He caught him off guard and burned a level 2 dragon vein in a single strike. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan was clearly stronger than Emperor Tianyi. This was the moment when he was most guarded. This move was not suitable for him to use. Boom! The palm technique and the saber light collided in the sky. It was as if two destructive forces had collided in the void. They engulfed and engulfed each other. The terrifying collisions continued to erupt. The eyes of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan flickered. He shouted, "I don't believe that you can keep using this move." As a ninth realm expert, he was also very knowledgeable. He naturally understood how difficult it was to surpass each of the 9 realm emperor lords. Even if there was a way, it would only be possible if a sufficient price was paid. It's enough to kill you. On the other hand, how long can you last with your injuries? Yi Shiwen shouted. Killing intent flickered in the eyes of both of them. They had already understood each other's intentions. The current situation of both of them was not suitable for a protracted battle. Yi Shiwen was burning his dragon vein to maintain the fortune creation heavenly palm. Although he still had a lot of dragon veins, he could not waste them. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan was also seriously injured. It was not suitable for a protracted battle. Otherwise, if his injuries were aggravated, he would also die. Whoosh! The demon wings on Yi Shiwen's back fluttered. His entire figure started to become mysterious. Although he looked like he was still in the same place, he was already walking in time and space. He had already displayed the speed of the demon wings to the extreme. He had even used the law of time. Fast! 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 Yi Shiwen had only just finished his words when he appeared in front of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan. Another fortune creation, heavenly palm descended. Although the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan did not expect Yi Shiwen's counterattack to be so fierce and decisive, he was already prepared. The long saber in his hand slashed forward and collided with the fortune creation heavenly palm. Rumble! A series of shocking collisions occurred. The saber aura of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan cut Yi Shiwen's fortune creation heavenly palm in half. Both sides devoured each other and disappeared. With a flicker, he appeared behind the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan. Then he sent out another universe creation palm. This time, more dragon veins were ignited. Therefore, the might of this palm was even more frightening. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan reacted very promptly. The heaven-devouring saber slashed forward to meet the fortune creation heavenly palm. Bang! After a loud explosion, the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan felt a terrifying power spreading from the saber. Then it landed on his body, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. It can become even stronger. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan finally revealed a look of fear. The reason for that was because he discovered that the power of Yi Shiwen's palm was not his limit at all. It could actually become even stronger. To him, This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous sign. However, there was nothing he could do at that moment. The reason for that was because Yi Shiwen would not give him any time to think of a countermeasure. Another palm strike descended. Each palm strike was more terrifying and more powerful than the previous one. In the beginning, it was already extremely strenuous for the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan to block Yi Shiwen's attacks, let alone now. Roar! The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan roared. He had no other choice but to charge forward. Due to the injuries on his body, the initiative of the battle had gradually fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. He had no other choice but to passively accept Yi Shiwen's attacks. Bang! 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 Collisions occurred non-stop. A terrifying battle broke out countless times in an instant. The might of Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm grew stronger and stronger. More and more dragon veins were ignited. Furthermore, as the number of times he used it increased, his mastery of the universe creation palm also increased. All of this caused the might of his universe creation palm to increase by another level. Pooh! Finally, the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan cried out miserably after receiving the universe creation palm again. He was finally unable to suppress the injuries on his body and was forcibly affected by Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. The defenses that he had painstakingly maintained earlier had completely collapsed at that moment. This time, the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan was no longer able to withstand the attack. In fact, he couldn't even stand steadily and was instantly sent flying. Like a meteor, he crashed into the ground. Even though the formations in the ground were activated in time and blocked most of the impact force, the remaining impact force still caused huge cracks that were tens of thousands of li long to appear on the ground. The terrifying power caused the underground veins to tremble, earthquakes, volcanoes to erupt. Everything was like a scene from the prophecy of the end of the world. For the ordinary heaven-devouring monster clan, this was indeed the end of the world. It was simply impossible for them to withstand such a shockwave. They could only scream miserably as they were blasted into nothingness by the shockwave. Many of them didn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes. So powerful. Seeing this scene, the many monarchs could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. At that moment, they finally realized where Yi Shiwen's confidence came from. Even though the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was already seriously injured, Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm had still managed to forcibly pull out the old ancestor's injuries, causing him to be seriously injured by his own injuries. This was still a brilliant battle that no one could ignore. Chapter 3241. The universe creation palm that Yi Shiwen had unleashed possessed the ability to contend against, and even seriously injure, ninth-level existences. Naturally, this was something that many monarchs coveted. In fact, many of them even hoped to obtain the universe creation palm. After all, who wouldn't covet a martial skill that could allow a monarch's battle power to increase by another level? However, due to Yi Shiwen's astonishing strength, no one dared to act blindly without thinking. At the very most, they only had some thoughts. After all, even ninth-level experts would not be able to make him lower his head. Roar! The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor roared furiously. He stood in another part of the sky. His body was tall and robust, and his long, pitch-black hair was draped over his shoulders. As he opened and closed his eyes, terrifying light flickered. The crowd could clearly see that there seemed to be flames burning on his body. Those flames contained frightening might. In fact, even looking at them from afar, the crowd felt their hearts trembling in fear. The monarchs instantly realized that this was the reason why the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was seriously injured. If even a tiny bit of this flame were to pour out to any other place, it could cause a terrifying effect that could destroy the world. And now, They were all concentrated on the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan's old ancestor's body. Even he was unable to endure it. For many years, he had been enduring the onslaught of the flames. He had no choice but to reduce the consumption of his energy through hibernation in order to withstand the onslaught of the flames. After going all out against Yi Shiwen earlier, the injuries on his body were finally aggravated by Yi Shiwen, and he was unable to suppress them any longer. The blood in the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan's old ancestor's body was simply surging and roaring like the Yellow River. Ear-splitting sounds could be heard. The blood and qi in his body were instantly raised to their peak. This was the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan's old ancestor's true strength. With a raise of his hand, he could easily slice apart the world. He possessed incomparably frightening strength. To be able to force me to this state, you're a well-known figure among the 8th level experts. In fact, you might even be the only one. However, that's all there is to it. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor's expression grew colder and colder. He could feel the flames on his body growing more and more intense. Without his martial power to suppress them day after day, the flames had spread to every single one of his cells and were growing more and more serious. If it was said that he didn't have the endurance to fight for a long time just now, then he definitely couldn't fight for a long time now. Otherwise, he might die. How many years had it been since he last felt this way, especially since he entered the 9th realm? Other than that time when he was heavily injured, he had never felt this way again. But now, the person in front of him once again brought him that feeling of being on the verge of despair. You're dead for sure today. I'll definitely be able to take this palm technique of yours. A rare expression of greed flashed across the eyes of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Having reached his level, what sort of treasures had he not seen before? It was simply impossible for ordinary treasures to cause him to be moved. However, this palm technique was an exception. If he was able to obtain it, he might be able to suppress the injuries in his body and increase his battle power to a whole new level. You're about to die, yet you still dare to covet my things. You're really courting death. Yi Shiwen shouted in a cold voice. The killing intention in his eyes was also overflowing. The blood in his body was flushing through his blood vessels. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor finally made his move. His long saber swept across the sky, crushing everything in its path. Heaven and earth cracked. An entire great Tao of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan trembled. This was the true strength of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. He was the one who had established the unparalleled might of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. At this moment, he had completely displayed his strength. He was even stronger than Emperor Tian-Yi. Clang! Yi Shiwen's hair was disheveled. He held the Avicii sword in his hand. The surging Avicii sword intent turned into a terrifying, boundless hell, suppressing everything. It collided with the heaven-devouring saber fiercely. In an instant, boundless ripples of divine radiance were set off. Dazzling divine radiance shone, and millions of strands of killing intent descended. Every strand of killing intent could easily crush everything. Even the mountain ridges were crushed. The land in the distance was stripped of its vitality. Not even a blade of grass grew, and it became a dead land. Both sides had erupted with their full strength. It was a shocking battle that was rarely seen in the Eastern region or even the Fortune dynasty in recent years. It was enough to shock the world. The clash between the strongest experts of two powerful clans would directly determine the fate of the two clans. No one was willing to miss such a battle. Not only were the experts of the two clans paying attention to it, but even the top experts of the other clans were dazzled by it. They could see something extraordinary from the battle. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen retreated continuously. He felt the blood in his chest churning, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He understood that it would be very difficult to fight the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor with just the Avicii sword. With his current strength, even if he encountered Emperor Tian-Yi, he was confident that he could escape unscathed without relying on the universe creation palm. However, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was not Emperor Tian-Yi. He was far more powerful and terrifying than Emperor Tian-Yi. Whoosh! A snow-white saber light swept across the sky. Countless saber principles turned into a waterfall that twined around the saber light. It spun and twined around the saber light and slashed towards Yi Shiwen with terrifying might. Fast! 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 The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was already extremely fast to begin with, and now his speed was even faster. It was as if he had surpassed the world's fastest speed and reached an unprecedented realm. Yi Shiwen suppressed the surging blood in his chest and thrust his palm forward. The blazing dragon vein in his body turned into a terrifying amount of spiritual qi and surged into his palm. Universe creation palm. As soon as the palm landed, it immediately collided with the saber light fiercely. Rumble! Endless explosions rang out, with the collision between the two of them as the center. The surging tides of laws spread out in all directions. Brilliant lights streaked across the sky. It was an incomparably shocking sight. No one knew how serious the injuries the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor had suffered. However, everyone knew that he was extremely powerful. His strength was unimaginably tyrannical. A casual attack from him was enough to destroy the world. This time, the two of them were evenly matched. Neither was able to gain the upper hand. To Yi Shiwen, an 8th level cultivator, this was an extremely shocking thing. In the distance, many monarchs were astonished. They did not dare to believe what they were seeing. How powerful was Yi Shiwen? Even when facing the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, he had no intention of backing down. How arrogant! Does he really think he's already a 9th level cultivator? He dares to fight against the old ancestor like this. Many quasi-emperors of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan were astonished and clamoring. They were panicking, especially when they saw Yi Shiwen not backing down at all. At that moment, the human emperor, Fengyi clan's alchemy emperor, and the sky-shaking thunder emperor had finally arrived. They were all astonished by the scene before them. They all knew that the legendary old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to establish the supreme glory of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. However, Yi Shiwen's strength was not inferior to the old ancestors. They couldn't help but be astonished. They all thought that they had overestimated Yi Shiwen, but now they realized that they had underestimated him. Yi Shiwen actually had such a trump card up his sleeve. No wonder he dared to kill the envoy of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. He did not care about the threat of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan at all. The strength of the patrol envoys is never bottomless. It's just like the sway sovereign and that man. Is the myriad heavens really a blessed land? It's filled with people like that. Fengyi clan's alchemy emperor murmured to himself. He recalled the two peerless figures he had seen before. They seemed to be as powerful as Yi Shiwen, invincible and fearless. Compared to them, although the human emperor's talent was astonishing, he was still lacking. He had seen 3 peerless figures in a row. Even the monarchs were moved by them. He couldn't help but wonder if the myriad heavens really had a blessed land. Let the armies stop advancing first. Let's wait until the outcome of the battle is decided. The human emperor waved his hand and quickly made a decision. Once they were involved in the battle between the two of them, no matter how many Tau soldiers were sent in, it would not be enough. The strength of the two of them had already surpassed the point where the Tau soldiers could be killed with numbers. Even from afar, they could still feel an incomparably powerful pressure pressing down on them. Bang! 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 The battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. Their auras were constantly rising. In the void, there were traces of the great Tao left by the two of them. They devoured each other and wantonly changed the rules of the heaven and earth to make it more beneficial to their battle. For an imperial emperor, this was just a piece of cake. However, if the opponent was another powerful imperial emperor, it would undoubtedly be more difficult. However, the rules of the heaven and earth were still wantonly changing in the direction that was beneficial to the two of them. The sky was trembling and the earth was cracking. The battle between the two of them was extremely tragic. The aura of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring demon clan was getting stronger and stronger. After being forced into a desperate situation, he finally broke out his true strength. However, what made him want to vomit blood was that Yi Shiwen did not give in at all. The more he fought, the more excited he became. He looked like he was extremely violent. The blood in his body was rising crazily. The more he fought, the more depressed he became. Because Yi Shiwen only used one move. Universe Creation Palm. Just one move contained all the moves in the world. It was not a one-track mind. Just one move. It seemed to be the same, but it contained thousands of changes. It was impossible to defend against. What made him even more depressed was that this one move was enough to completely suppress him. Chapter 3242. As the saying went, one move to dominate the world. That was probably the case. The patriarch of the heaven-devouring clan had the urge to vomit blood. That move was simply too powerful. It had actually offset his advantage in terms of cultivation. Even though he had the advantage in terms of cultivation, he was unable to do anything to Yi Shiwen. Compared to the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, Yi Shiwen's fight was a lot smoother. In fact, the more he fought, the more excited he became. When facing such a powerful enemy, he had to focus his entire body and mind. He could not afford to relax in the slightest. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more that was the case, the calmer Yi Shiwen was during the fight. Due to the fact that he had the enlightening mind ancient tree, he rarely lost control of himself. Regardless of how hot-blooded and ferocious he appeared to be, he had, in fact, calmly calculated his gains and losses before coming to a conclusion. He could sense that even with the assistance of the cosmic creation palm, he would still have to give it his all in the battle against the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was not some cannon fodder. On the contrary, he was a peerless expert. The feeling of being able to go all out, yet being in danger at the same time, made his entire body surge with hot-bloodedness. The hot-bloodedness of battle. He had experienced such a feeling in the past. However, it was very rare for him to have such an opportunity now. Furthermore, such a battle was also extremely beneficial for him. As he was fully immersed in the battle, he felt that his cultivation, which had stagnated for a long time, was progressing slightly. His comprehension of the great Tao was also gradually increasing. Many conjectures and theories that he had not thought of in the past, or had yet to perfect, had turned into reality at the crucial moment, verifying his initial conjectures. All of this allowed his cultivation to increase at an astonishing speed. Although it seemed to be just a little bit of progress, for a sovereign emperor, even a little bit of progress might require hundreds or even thousands of years to verify. The difficulty of doing so was comparable to the total difficulty of cultivating all the way to the sovereign emperor realm. That was also why, for sovereign emperor, even a little bit of progress was worth rejoicing over. Moreover, he was progressing at the same time every minute and every second. He wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough while fighting if it weren't for the constant operation of the mysterious space within his body. It was constantly analyzing the situation. An ordinary sovereign emperor would calmly replay the battle process in his mind after the battle had ended. This way, he could analyze the battle and make a breakthrough. However, Yi Shiwen had a completely different approach. He was even confident that after this battle, even if he couldn't immediately step into level 9, he wouldn't be far from it. When he fought against Imperial Lord Skywing, his cultivation had yet to truly touch upon the barrier of cultivation. He had yet to truly begin to understand the many laws of the Ninth Realm, and his level was still somewhat lacking. But this time he had no problems. Especially during the battle, the comprehension of laws displayed by the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was like a mirror to Yi Shiwen. Through the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, Yi Shiwen was able to see a lot of things. Many things that he couldn't see previously became clear after battle. Things that he couldn't even imagine before were now revealed. As for further analysis, Hu asked him to have the mysterious space. As a result, even though the battle seemed to be about the same, and neither side could fight for a long time, the feeling was completely different when they actually fought. One side was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood, while the other side was getting more and more excited as they fought. In fact, the other side was treating the other side as a training partner. Although the spectating monarchs were unable to see the details, they were able to deduce some things from the expressions of the two. After the initial excitement, the expression of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan turned rather ugly. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen had an excited look on his face. He did not seem to be aware that he was fighting against a level 9 monarch. It was as if he was fighting against an ordinary opponent. Furthermore, as time passed, the disparity between the two sides gradually became apparent. Although Yi Shiwen had exhausted a lot of his strength in this battle, the benefits he received were also very obvious. On top of continuously suppressing the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, he was also able to continuously increase his own cultivation. Thus, the more he fought, the stronger he became. Every bit of comprehension of the great Tao he gained, he would be able to rely on the mysterious space to transform it into a bit of battle power. Right now, all he wanted to do was increase his comprehension of the great Tao as quickly as possible. The injuries of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan became more and more severe. In the beginning, he was still able to easily cleave apart heaven and earth. Every single move he made possessed enormous might. However, the more time passed, the more he discovered that his hands and feet were becoming heavier and heavier. Gradually, he began to feel that even breathing was becoming difficult. The old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan naturally understood that this was the result of his injuries being aggravated. Even though he was able to suppress the pain with great willpower, the parts of his body that were being damaged by the flames were starting to affect his condition more and more. If this were to continue, he might really be beaten to death by his opponent. As a level 9 expert, being beaten to death by someone else was simply a humiliation. Thinking of that, the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan made a decision. An extremely dangerous light flickered in his eyes. Bang! The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor slashed down with his blade, forcing Yi Shiwen to retreat. Unknowingly, the initiative of the offense had shifted from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was also defending more than attacking. He knew that he absolutely could not continue like this. Yi Shiwen had consumed a lot of energy, but as long as he still had the dragon vein, this kind of attack of such intensity would be continuous and could even become stronger. However, if it was him, it would be completely impossible. His injuries continued to worsen, and all aspects of his functions were declining. He would only be further and further away from his peak. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor looked to Yi Shiwen and said, "Human monarch, you are very powerful. You were actually able to force me to this state. I acknowledge you. However, this is as far as I can go. No matter what, you will not be able to dodge this slash." He actually recognized Yi Shiwen's strength as an enemy. However, he was also helpless. If he didn't recognize Yi Shiwen, wouldn't it mean that he was even worse than Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen sneered. "Do I still need your acknowledgement?" He had a premonition that the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was about to unleash his ultimate move. However, Yi Shiwen would definitely not give the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor the chance to do so. Although Yi Shiwen wanted to know what other trump cards the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor had, he knew that this was not a duel between the two of them. On the contrary, this matter concerned the prosperity of the two races. This was especially true for the human race, which had just emerged and was still immature in all aspects. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was the pillar of the human race. "I don't care what kind of trump card you have. I'll destroy it all," Yi Shiwen shouted. The will of the martial emperor's seal condensed in his hand. In an instant, 3,000 martial Daos were condensed. Like a mountain, they ruthlessly smashed down on the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Faced with Yi Shiwen's attack, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor did not move in the slightest. His expression was calm, as if he was struggling, as if he was trying to free himself. He raised the heaven-devouring saber in his hand, and the closed mouth on the heaven-devouring saber suddenly opened. Wallalala! A wave of horrifying saber chi spread out. Almost in an instant, this wave of horrifying saber chi permeated the void. Compared to the saber aura slashed out by the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan, this saber aura was many times more tyrannical. It was purer, and the quantity was also greater. Just the astonishing saber aura permeating the surroundings was enough to shatter Yi Shiwen's martial emperor seal into pieces. Such a powerful saber aura! Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. His clothes fluttered in the wind as the saber aura spread out, destroying everything that he could see. In fact, the effects of the saber aura even spread out, covering the entire province. All the living beings in the province knelt before the saber aura, trembling in fear. All the formations in the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's territory were activated, but they were only there to resist the corrosion of the saber aura. Not a single ordinary living being dared to step out. They were completely annihilated the moment they stepped out of the protection of the formations and barriers, turning into nothingness. How is this possible? It's comparable to an attack from a heavenly venerable. The expression of a sovereign emperor in the distance changed abruptly as he spoke. To them, even if the sky collapsed, their expressions wouldn't change in the slightest, let alone become so terrified. But now, there was a dangerous aura of destruction. Huang Xiaolong felt that this slash could split the entire province into two halves. Any province in the Fortune Divine Dynasty was as big as the myriad of worlds combined together. From this, one could see how terrifying this single slash of blade chi was. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor is indeed a veteran, sovereign emperor. He actually has such a trump card that he hasn't used yet. However, he's also forced into a dead end by Yi Shiwen. Even we can see that if this continues, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor will be forced to death by his own injuries. One of the sovereign emperors couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It had far exceeded his imagination. You won't be wrong to die under this saber aura. This is the silent meditation that I've cultivated. I originally planned to use it when I break through to the heavenly venerable realm in the future. I didn't expect to use it on you. Wake up and be proud. Chapter 3243. The expression of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was incomparably cold and ferocious as he shouted those words. Originally, he had not planned to use this move when he was trying to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. Every time he cultivated, he would leave a portion of his martial power and pour it into the heaven-devouring saber. He would train it day and night for thousands of years, all for the sake of using it when he was trying to break through to the heavenly venerate realm. He wanted to break through the seemingly impossible realm in one go. As long as he could break through to the heavenly venerate realm, he felt that it would be worth it regardless of the price he had to pay. His countless years of accumulation would all be used at that moment. However, it was clear that he could not wait that long. Although he felt that he would die before succeeding, he did not have much of a choice under the current circumstances. If he failed to break through today's trial, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the worst-case scenario, he would die. He might even drag the heaven-devouring monstrous clan down with him. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for the clan, this human emperor had to die. The saber radiance was condensing and the saber aura was rampaging. The entire province was enveloped by the saber radiance. All the living creatures were shivering in fear. This level is almost comparable to a heavenly venerate. Yi Shiwen thought to himself. He had seen a heavenly venerate attack before. Although Pan Tian Tian had yet to recover his true strength, he had already memorized the essence of that attack. He could still tell that although this attack was slightly weaker than a heavenly venerate's attack, or rather, Pan Tian 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 Tian's attack, it was almost on par with them. The terrifying saber aura that the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had accumulated for so many years was completely unleashed at this moment. Originally, the battle between the two had only attracted the attention of the emperor-emperors of the nearby provinces. However, after this attack was unleashed, the entire eastern region could feel the might of the saber aura. Even the power of the sky was undergoing an astonishing change. Anyone with a higher cultivation level could sense it. However, not everyone was able to see through the endless eastern region and see the battle here. Even so, Yi Shiwen immediately felt that a lot of tyrannical divine senses had descended on the battlefield. Those divine senses that weren't tyrannical enough had already been minced into powder by the spreading saber aura. Even if the saber aura wasn't directed at them, just a little bit of the aftermath was enough to kill them. What's going on? Exactly who is the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor fighting against? There's actually someone capable of forcing him to such a state? I never expected the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor to still be alive. That old fart must have been faking his death to conceal his aura. Otherwise, I would have been able to sense him. Who is this human race Empyrean monarch? He's only been in seclusion for 100,000 years, and yet such a new talent has appeared in the human race? The many sovereign emperors' spiritual wills interacted in the sky. They were either neutral or hostile toward both sides. These sovereign emperors had just joined and did not know what was going on. This was especially so since many sovereign emperors had been in closed-door cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. They were not sensitive to what was happening in the outside world. It was the same as when the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor had come out of his closed-door cultivation to discover that his territory had been attacked by someone. Although they did not know much about Yi Shiwen, they knew about the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. In the past, before the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor had been seriously injured, he had been very active. He had led the heaven-devouring monstrous clan to conquer an enormous territory. In fact, they were even capable of challenging the truly powerful clans. Unfortunately, he had offended some powerful individual, and a great battle had erupted. After that, he had disappeared without a trace. Many people felt that if it wasn't for that great battle, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, led by the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, might have been able to become one of the 10 great clans. However, after that battle, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's rising momentum was like a rising sun. Their future had been cut off in one fell swoop. Although the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was developing very well, they were no longer capable of becoming one of the 10 great clans. Furthermore, to the crowd's surprise, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, was actually still alive. Furthermore, he was actually hiding such a frightening trump card. Wherever his blade passed, it felt as if the entire province would vanish into thin air. The crowd all knew that this sort of thing was extremely frightening and unimaginable. Many people began to silently remember Yi Shiwen's appearance. He was yet another newly ascended, peerless character. To be able to force the 9th-level heaven-devouring, monstrous clan's old ancestor to such a state, he was most definitely not someone to be trifled with. However, the prerequisite was that he would be able to survive that slash. At the same time, outside the many provinces, in the boundless sky beyond heaven, in the deepest region, a figure slowly opened his eyes. That is the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Never would I have expected that his feigning death escape technique would actually be able to deceive even me. That figure was covered in flames. His appearance was actually identical to the flames on the body of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. A clump of flames flashed in his eyes. Everything before him was like the clouds parting to reveal the moon. The primal chaos had disappeared without a trace. What entered his eyes was the battlefield where Yi Shiwen and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor were fighting. The reason for that was because he discovered that the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was actually at a disadvantage in the battle. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to go all out without even caring about his own injuries. Furthermore, even with that being the case, it seemed like he was unable to obtain an overwhelming advantage over the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Back then, he had fought against the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. As such, he knew very well how difficult it was to deal with that old codger. For even the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor to be forced to such a state, exactly what sort of divine being was that human imperial monarch? If a person like him is not under our control, he will, in the end, be a calamity. After this battle, if you are able to survive, you will be able to enter the eyes of our clan. However, if you refuse to be tactful, then just like that old codger, you can die. The figure slowly opened his mouth and muttered to himself. His eyes were flickering with astonishing sharpness as he looked at the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor and Yi Shiwen. At that moment, Yi Shiwen naturally had no idea that the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestors had caught the attention of so many grand characters. His expression was very serious. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it had actually happened in only a short period of time. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestors had grown to an unimaginably astonishing level. This go. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor moved. His hands were trembling. He was unable to control the astonishing might of his slash and swept it out. Rumble. The terrifying slash created a terrifying crack tens of thousands of miles long in the sky. It contained an unimaginably astonishing might. At the same time, Yi Shiwen's eyes also shone with sharpness. He knew that the battle had reached its final moment. If he were to withstand this slash, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor would truly not be far from death. He had exhausted too much of his power in this battle. At the same time, the time robe on Yi Shiwen's body began to revolve frantically. The power of time began to circulate frantically on his body, causing him to appear to be overflowing with light and unimaginably astonishing. He unleashed all sorts of defensive abilities on his body. It could be said that he had exhausted all that he had learned in his life. At the same time, the demon wings on his back began to flap. His gaze was fixed onto the incoming slash. Fast! 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 The slash arrived before Yi Shiwen in an instant. It was extremely fast. In an instant, Yi Shiwen and the slash collided fiercely. Rumble! The terrifying collision caused a terrifying light to blossom. The terrifying slash covered everything, making it impossible for the crowd to determine exactly what was happening inside. He's dead. A monarch blurted out. They clearly saw that the slash had suddenly stopped in midair. Then it continued to sweep through the sky at an even faster speed. It swept through the sky and headed straight for the boundless sky beyond heaven. In an instant, It swept into the boundless sky with a trail of thousands of miles behind it. Merely, the sky was filled with dense/aura, making it impossible for the crowd to see exactly what was happening. That is, suddenly a monarch cried out in alarm. The crowd hurriedly looked over, only to see a figure flickering in midair. That figure had grabbed all the power of the sky with a single palm strike and slapped it down toward the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. How could this be? The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was completely unprepared. In order to unleash that slash attack, he had exhausted too much of his source power. As such, he was completely unprepared for the sneak attack. Unable to fight back at all, he was directly struck by that palm strike. Ah! The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor cried out miserably, repeatedly. That palm strike had directly shattered his body into pieces. To a monarch, that sort of injury was not fatal. Originally, he should have been able to regenerate his body. However, the crowd saw that the flames on the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor's body were actually burning like a prairie fire. His body, which had been smashed apart, was burned into black charcoal by the blazing fire. Then it disappeared in the air with the wind. Standing beside him was none other than Yi Shiwen. At that moment, Yi Shiwen appeared to be in a rather sorry state. There were many wounds all over his body, and golden blood was flowing all over his body. Although he had managed to dodge the most fatal attack at the crucial moment, and was protected by the time magic robe, allowing him to hide within the power of time and walk in between the layers of space, he was still struck by the slash. Even though it was only a slight strike, the might of the slash was extremely astonishing. Even with his body, he was still seriously injured. After all, that was the pure slash that the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor had accumulated for countless years. Chapter 30-244. Yi Shiwen panted slightly. He seized the time to recover from his injuries. His injuries were not a big deal. However, the saber chi was like maggots in his bones. It was very difficult to get rid of it. That was the most troublesome part. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. Since he couldn't expel it completely, then he wouldn't expel it. He might as well refine this saber aura directly. This saber aura was pure. Not only was it at the 9th realm, but it was also close to the quality of the heavenly master realm. He could feel that he was already one step into the 9th level. This battle had greatly benefited him. Originally, he thought that it would take a long time for him to break through to the 9th level. However, this battle had saved him thousands of years. He was already one step into the 9th level. Now he only needed to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend the 9th level more deeply. Then it would only be a matter of time before he could truly break through to the 9th level. He only needed to wait, and he would be able to break through to the 9th level. The 9th level was the ultimate realm among sovereign emperors. It was supposed to be the most difficult realm to break through. However, it was actually the easiest realm Yi Shiwen had broken through after becoming a sovereign emperor. It was just that this breakthrough was accompanied by a huge risk. If he had been slightly unlucky, he might have died to the saber chi. Rather than saying that the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan died to him, it would be more accurate to say that he died to the flames on his body. After his attack succeeded, Yi Shiwen did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly retreated. The flames were too terrifying. They were even more terrifying than his Nanmingli fire. They seemed to be on another level. The physical body of a sovereign emperor of the 9th level was as solid as a rock. They would not be destroyed even after experiencing thousands of tribulations. Yi Shiwen had killed many sovereign emperors. However, he would usually kill their primordial spirits first before collecting their physical bodies. Unless they were low-level sovereign emperors, it would be very difficult for Yi Shiwen to destroy their physical bodies. However, this flame was actually able to burn the physical body of the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan to ashes. How could Yi Shiwen not be afraid? He would not touch it easily. He did not know what kind of flame it was. Old ancestor, old ancestor. In the territory of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, countless experts were weeping in grief. They had watched helplessly as the pillar of their hearts, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, who was akin to a stabilizing force, actually died at Yi Shiwen's hands. As such, how could they not feel grief in their hearts? Many of the monarchs were incomparably astonished to see this scene. From the very start of the fight, Yi Shiwen had reversed the situation multiple times. Yi Shiwen, who seemed to be no match for the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, was actually able to create miracles multiple times. In the end, he even managed to reverse the situation and kill the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor. Suddenly, those flames rushed towards Yi Shiwen as if they had eyes, and instantly pounced on Yi Shiwen's body. Humph! Yi Shiwen groaned, and his forehead started to sweat. This flame had penetrated into his body like a maggot and had penetrated into every corner of his body. Who is it? Yi Shiwen could clearly sense that the flames contained a will. It was this will that was controlling the flames to penetrate into his body. Yi Shiwen was startled. The reason for that was because he already knew that those flames were the reason why the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan's old ancestor had been seriously injured. In other words, those flames were left behind by the person who had seriously injured the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan's old ancestor. How could he not be afraid of someone who was able to seriously injure the heaven-devouring, monstrous clan's old ancestor? Human, you don't have to be nervous. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Yi Shiwen's mind. This is merely a small souvenir for you. From today onward, you are my Hierarch Heavenly Fire's subordinate. Hierarch Heavenly Fire? Yi Shiwen furrowed his brows slightly. After pondering for a moment, he didn't seem to know the origin of this Hierarch Heavenly Fire. However, since this person was able to seriously injure the 9th level heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, his identity was obvious. He was most likely an invincible expert who had stepped into the heavenly venerable realm. At the very least, he was one of the strongest monarchs. That's right, Hierarch Heavenly Fire. Back then, when I fought against the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, he managed to deceive me by faking his death. Now that he has been killed by you, I'll give you a chance. Become one of my subordinates. Otherwise, not only you, even the human race will be destroyed. This figure was indifferent. It was as if he was informing Yi Shiwen of something. He didn't give Yi Shiwen any chance to refute. He was simply informing Yi Shiwen of this matter. All right, I'm still in closed-door training. When I come out, come and pay me a visit. After he finished speaking, Hierarch Heavenly Fire's voice disappeared from Yi Shiwen's mind. A stern look flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. It didn't matter what kind of divine being this Tianhua, divine lord, was. However, he dared to use these flames to control him. It was a futile attempt to control him in the palm of his hand. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have a choice. This was because he was at his weakest. If he was at his peak, how could this Hierarch Heavenly Fire's flames have the opportunity to attack him? They would probably be blocked by the time robe immediately. Even Yi Shiwen didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen. I was too careless. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. After the initial shock, he had completely calmed down. He discovered that these flames had spread throughout his body. However, they didn't burn his body. They didn't cause huge damage to the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor like before. They should be controlled by that consciousness. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't find that consciousness. It should be sleeping in Yi Shiwen's body. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't discouraged. He knew that he still had a chance. It was just a wisp of consciousness controlling some flames. It was still far from being able to do anything to him. Even a Heavenly Master Realm expert was no exception. That was because Hierarch Heavenly Fire probably wouldn't have thought that there was a mysterious space in his body. This was the biggest variable. As for that hierarch Heavenly Fire, from what he said, he should still be in closed-door training. He wouldn't come out for a while. A Heavenly Master's closed-door training was longer than an Emperor's closed-door training. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't bet everything on this because he wasn't sure when Hierarch Heavenly Fire would come out. He had to expel these flames as soon as possible. Just this alone might not be enough. He didn't know why Hierarch Heavenly Fire had his eyes on him. There might be some reason that he didn't know. There were countless experts in the Fortune God dynasty. Yi Shiwen couldn't do whatever he wanted at the moment. The most important thing now was to advance his cultivation to the 9th realm. At that time, he was confident that he could expel these flames. He also had an amazing understanding of the Tao of Flames. These flames were of a higher level than the Southern Ming Li fire. However, they were still flames. Patrol Envoy, are you all right? The human emperor and the others quickly stepped forward and asked. They had seen those flames rushing towards Yi Shiwen as if they had eyes. This had scared them a little. Now, Yi Shiwen was the pillar of the human race. So, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the human race if something were to happen to him. This was especially true after Yi Shiwen had forced the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor to his death, who knew how many other clans were eyeing him covetously. Merely, they were afraid of Yi Shiwen's deterrence and did not dare to approach him. Without Yi Shiwen, they did not dare to imagine exactly how frightening the situation would be. I'm fine. Yi Shiwen shook his head. He didn't say anything about the Sky Fire Divine Venerable. It would only increase their fear if he told them about it. However, he had to start investigating the Sky Fire Divine Venerable. Although the human race wasn't very powerful, he could still gather some information. Furthermore, he could go to the Sky Commerce Alliance to ask about Hierarch Sky Fire's background. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one emerge victorious. As long as Hierarch Sky Fire had appeared before, he didn't believe that he couldn't find any clues. Now that all these things had rushed to his head, he had to sort them out one by one. Right now, he couldn't do things unscrupulously. The fundamental reason was that he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. The battle finally came to an end. The human race invaded the heaven-devouring demon clan's territory and started a massacre. In the end, they even killed many of the heaven-devouring demon clan's monarchs. Even the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring demon clan, who was invincible for many years, was killed by the human race's new patrol inspector, Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen. When the news spread, everyone felt that it was ridiculous. Many people didn't believe it. The heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor was a frightening individual. Back when he was still active, all of the monarchs in the eastern region had witnessed his might. Even though he was seriously injured, it was still unimaginable for him to be killed by a level 8 monarch. But such an inconceivable thing still happened in the end. Many sovereign emperors saw it with their own eyes. This matter couldn't be faked. For a time, the entire eastern region was shaken. Many sovereign emperors had fallen, including invincible existences of the 9th realm. This caused countless experts who learned of this news to fall silent after being shocked. Yi Shiwen's rise was like a comet. Yi Shiwen's rise was accompanied by the fall of many emperor lords of the older generation. Even a peerless powerhouse like the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring demon clan couldn't stop him. So, it seemed that the rise of the human race was inevitable. Just as many experts and tribes were rubbing their hands in glee and planning to invade the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's territory, a piece of news completely extinguished everyone's thoughts of invading the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. Chapter 3245. A piece of news came from the Fortune Divine Capital. It was about the heaven-devouring demon king, an invincible figure in the heaven-devouring demon tribe. The legendary and mythological figures were trying to break through to the heavenly master realm. Previously, The heaven-devouring demon tribe had been capturing people from various clans as food for the heaven-devouring demon king so that he could reach the heavenly master realm in one step. The cultivation of the heaven-devouring demon tribe was highly dependent on the supply of food. They could absorb enough life essence from the food they devoured and refine it into their bodies. Many warriors and cultivators who had cultivated to a certain level could do this. The only difference was the efficiency. However, the heaven-devouring demon tribe was different. Their tribe was born with such an ability. They did not need to develop their mystical powers or secret techniques to achieve this. They were born with such an ability. Therefore, the cultivation direction of the entire tribe was relatively simple and the same. This was the basic situation for most tribes, especially the powerful ones. For example, the human race did not have any innate strengths. Their development depended on what kind of cultivation guidance was instilled into them. Basically, there were all kinds of martial arts. Even within the same sect or clan, the martial arts they practiced were all kinds of strange and completely different. The demon race and the devil race could all be converted to practice. In the myriad heavens and realms, the human race relied on this point of compatibility. Basically, they were compatible with all kinds of cultivation methods. Eventually, they became the rulers of the world. Yi Shiwen himself did not find it a problem, even if he studied countless martial arts at the same time. At the level of the heaven-devouring demon king, it could be said that he had cultivated the secret techniques of his tribe to the pinnacle. Moreover, he wanted to open up another path and reach a terrifying level that no one had ever reached before or since. Although the heaven-devouring demon tribe was tyrannical, the heavenly master realm was still a domain that they had never set foot in. In the fortune god dynasty, whether or not they had a heavenly master realm expert was a completely different domain. If they had an emperor realm expert, they could establish their own sect. However, if they had a heavenly master realm expert, they would become a colossus in the fortune god dynasty. They would participate in the formulation of many matters of the fortune god dynasty and become a supreme powerhouse that transcended the great era. The reason why the fortune divine dynasty was able to subdue the other four forces was because they had more than one heavenly venerable on the surface. Every heavenly venerable was a super character whose name had shaken the world since ancient times. It could be said that they were the fortune divine dynasty's stabilizing force. Whether it was the foreign domains attack or the fortune divine dynasty's internal forces' restlessness, before these heavenly venerables fell, it was impossible to damage the fortune divine dynasty's foundation. Whether it was the external attacks or the internal forces of the fortune god dynasty, the heavens, or the god dynasty, the devouring god dynasty, they could not be harmed. Even if there were faint shadows of heavenly venerable masters behind the chaos, these heavenly venerables weren't enough to shake the foundation of the fortune god dynasty's heavenly venerables. In everyone's opinion, they were the cream of the crop among heavenly venerates. It was just that they didn't know what stage their cultivation had reached. Because of this, even a colossus like the heavenly Tao sect, a super sect, did not dare to go against the fortune divine dynasty's will. That was also the reason why the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was willing to use all means to provide them with sufficient food. They did not hesitate to send troops to plunder food. The human race was not the only one who had been extorted and supplied. The other races were also attacked by the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. However, they never thought that the human race, who seemed to have just conquered the 4 states and had just begun to rise, would give them a fatal blow. Most importantly, they never thought that there was such a super expert hidden among the human race. In other words, even though Yi Shiwen wasn't hiding his strength, he still wasn't worthy of their attention. Compared to the human tribe, the heaven-devouring demon tribe was simply too strong. Just the heaven-devouring demon tribe alone seemed to have a few people who could rival Yi Shiwen. However, they did not expect that the person that they did not take seriously would be the one who caused the deaths of many of their monarchs. Even the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, who had no choice but to enter hibernation to recuperate, had died at his hands. However, It was precisely because of the existence of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan that no one dared to attack them, even though the heaven-devouring monstrous clan appeared to have weakened to an unprecedented level. Many people came to know that the reason why the heaven-devouring monstrous clan only had these few monarchs was because many of the truly powerful monarchs had gone to the divine capital of the creation to protect the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor. For the sake of the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor's breakthrough, the entire heaven-devouring monstrous clan had put in their utmost effort. If the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor succeeded, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan would soar to become a powerful existence comparable to the 10 great clans. Their status would be completely different, and they would be able to legitimately expand their territories to 10, greatly increasing their strength. Merely, no one expected for such a careless mistake to occur. As for why the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor chose to enter closed-door training in the divine capital of the creation instead of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, it caused many people to make guesses. After all, if the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor was present, even if he could not kill Yishiwen, he would not be able to do as he pleased. Many rumors began to spread. All sorts of guesses were made. However, one rumor soon gained the upper hand. It was that the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor had hidden in the divine capital of the creation to hide from his enemies. There was a frightening existence eyeing the heaven-devouring monstrous clan covetously. Even the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had been injured by that existence. That existence would not allow anyone to cross the threshold of heavenly exalted. Those rumors caused many people to tremble in fear. There was actually such an existence. No one knew if it was true or not. However, it was precisely because of that rumor that no one dared to do anything to the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. To the humans, this rumor was unable to frighten them. They had already crippled the heaven-devouring monstrous clan with such a deep hatred between them, regardless of whether or not the legendary heaven-devouring monstrous emperor existed. It was unlikely that they would let the matter rest. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to be so cautious, especially since Yi Shiwen knew that the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was used to being tyrannical. How could they let the matter rest so easily? They might as well eliminate the root of the problem. However, at that moment, an envoy arrived from the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion with a decree. In the divine court of the martial Emperor Heaven, Yi Shiwen looked at the person in front of him. He was a little surprised. He did not expect the envoy from the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion to be him. The person was none other than the Star Emperor. I did not expect you to become the envoy of the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. How generous of you to personally become the envoy. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He naturally knew about the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion. It was a colossus that ruled the endless territories of the Eastern region. It could be considered as the representative of the Fortune God dynasty in the Eastern region. Although it was not as majestic as the Fortune God capital, it was similar. The two were inseparable. On this continent, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion was the only ruler. It was also the most powerful force. Even the heavenly Taoism, which was known as the #1 super sect in the world, could not compare to it. Fellow Taoist, you've caused such a big commotion this time. Even the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monster clan was killed by you. I can't even show up if I want to. Star Sovereign looked at Yi Shiwen with admiration. During this period of time, he had watched Yi Shiwen take one step at a time. Yi Shiwen had grown from a situation where he was almost the same as him to a point where he had to look up to him. Compared to Yi Shiwen, the Star Emperor's progress over the years was not worth mentioning. Even as a proud and arrogant emperor, he could only admire Yi Shiwen. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion had made an emperor become the envoy. Anyone with a discerning eye could see how important Yi Shiwen was to the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion. I wonder what kind of decree you have brought this time. Yi Shiwen could not help but ask. The decree of the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion is for both sides to call a truce and not to cause any more disputes, said the Star Emperor. Although the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was in the wrong this time, you have killed several of their emperors after all. They have paid the price. This debt can't be settled like this. Yi Shiwen paused and said faintly, the legendary heaven-devouring monstrous king has come out of his closed-door training. I don't know how he will retaliate. Our human race is small and weak. We can't afford such revenge. Anyway, we can escape this calamity. It's better to drag him down with us. Previously, when Yi Shiwen pacified the 4 prefectures, the people of the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion did not show up. That was because the 4 prefectures were already his fiefdoms. No matter what happened, it was an internal matter. As long as Yi Shiwen did not cause too much trouble, even the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Mansion would turn a blind eye to it. However, the battle between the human race and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was already a battle between 2 forces. In particular, both sides were very strong. They were the main forces to fight against the creatures from the alien domain. Apart from benefiting the creatures from the alien domain, there were limited benefits for the Fortune God dynasty when both sides fought to the death. While the Fortune God dynasty wanted to suppress these local powerful clans, they also needed to borrow the strength of these local powerful clans to fight against the creatures from the alien domain. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for them to rely on their own strength. It would also be easy for others to take advantage of the loopholes. Seeing Yi Shiwen's firm expression, the Star Emperor could not help but say, "This time I have brought the goodwill of the heaven-devouring monstrous king. As long as you are willing to call a truce, the heaven-devouring monstrous king is willing to give you a heaven-devouring blood pill. Even I have only heard of this kind of pill. To refine a heaven-devouring blood pill, I don't know how many creatures will be slaughtered and how much blood will be stirred up in order to succeed. For an expert like you, the heaven-devouring blood pill will be very effective. It will save you countless years of hard cultivation. What do you think, my friend?" The heaven-devouring monstrous king lowered his head. Chapter 3246. Yi Shiwen immediately understood why the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor would lower his head at this moment. He was most likely afraid that Yi Shiwen would go berserk and slaughter the entire heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. In fact, he didn't even need to slaughter the entire heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. As long as he killed all the quasi-emperors and divine kings of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe, the losses would be enough for the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe to recover for countless years. Even if the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor were to return, it would take him tens of thousands of years to make up for the losses. If it was said that there were ways to take shortcuts to a person's strength, then every bit of strength of a race came from accumulation. There were no shortcuts, and there was no room for shortcuts, nor could there be any shortcuts. He wanted to temporarily lower his head in exchange for the survival of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. After all, the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe was in the wrong this time. Not only did they take the initiative to provoke the humans, they even made a demand of hundreds of billions of humans. They were practically trying to kill the humans. Unfortunately, they couldn't defeat the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. Not only did Yi Shiwen slaughter the higher-ups of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Manor would also be furious. However, there was nothing they could say even if Yi Shiwen slaughtered the higher-ups of the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe. After all, this was how things were. Not only were the humans stronger, they were also in the right. The heaven-devouring monstrous tribe deserved to be slaughtered. Moreover, the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe had offended countless people over the years. There were many people who wished for them to die. Although they weren't afraid of 1 or 2 people, they couldn't afford to offend the anger of the masses. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate Manor and the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor understood this very well. Right now, Yi Shiwen had become someone else's weapon. As long as they could appease Yi Shiwen's anger, the heaven-devouring monstrous tribe would be able to escape this calamity. After all, the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor was still around. As long as this supreme existence who could step into the heavenly venerate realm at any time was still around, everyone would have to respect him. After all, there were only a few people who didn't care about anything like Yishuin. Although he knew that he was used as a tool, he wasn't angry. Although he was the one who stood out once, the benefits came immediately. If it were any other elixir, Yishuin might not necessarily know about it. However, the heaven-devouring blood elixir was one that he knew about. The heaven-devouring blood elixir was a secret elixir of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. It was not easy to refine. Every single elixir required the slaughter of countless lives in order to refine. Every time it was refined, it would incur the wrath of the heavens and the people. After Yi Shiwen killed the old ancestor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, he had captured the quasi-emperor of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan and interrogated him. According to the information provided by the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's quasi-emperor, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had originally planned to take away 100 billion humans to refine the heaven-devouring blood pill. Even so, he could only refine it. One could imagine the difficulty of refining the heaven-devouring blood pill. It was not something ordinary people could imagine. However, the effects were excellent. Even 8th and 9th realm sovereign emperors would have miraculous effects. It was originally meant for the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor to make a breakthrough. However, the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor had taken it out for the sake of peace negotiations. This showed his sincerity. Yi Shiwen also knew that the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor was merely stalling for time. However, he was also willing to take this poisonous bait. This was because he knew very well that killing a few divine kings and quasi-emperors of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan would not really change the situation between the two clans. The true victor would be decided between him and the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor. The victor between the two of them would practically determine the victor between the two clans. Currently, he was much weaker than the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor. The heaven-devouring monstrous emperor was already about to make a breakthrough to the heavenly venerate realm, while he had yet to make a breakthrough to the 9th realm. Even if the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor failed, his strength would still be above his current level. The heaven-devouring monstrous emperor was different from the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor at his peak. He could always display his peak battle prowess, and there were no loopholes that he could exploit. Therefore, even though he knew that this was a poisonous bait, he still had to take it. After he took away the heaven-devouring blood elixir, the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor's chances of making a breakthrough to the heavenly venerate realm would be reduced. At the same time, his strength would also improve further. Only by doing so would there be a possibility for him to compete with the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor. This was because he had no other choice. Moreover, there was still the so-called threat of Hierarch Skyfire. He had suspected from the beginning that the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor did not dare to return. In fact, seeing that Yi Shiwen might slaughter the entire heaven-devouring monstrous clan, the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor would rather give the heaven-devouring monstrous pill to Yi Shiwen for peace negotiations than personally return to kill Yi Shiwen. It was to avoid the threat of Hierarch Skyfire. Although he did not know what grudges there were between the two parties, since Hierarch Skyfire had already dealt with the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor once, it was not impossible for him to deal with the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor again. However, regardless of the grudges between the two parties, the current grudges between the two parties had created an opportunity for Yi Shiwen to catch his breath. Otherwise, with the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor joining hands, he would not be able to win even if he had cultivated the universe creation palm, let alone the current situation. Yi Shiwen could not help but ask the Star Emperor, "What about the Eastern, heavenly honorable residents? Are they planning to mediate the conflict between our two races with empty words?" "Oh, the decree I received was that if you let the heaven-devouring monstrous clan off this time, the Eastern Heavenly Honorable Residence, will also protect the human race from being annihilated in the future. The Star Emperor paused for a moment and looked at Yi Shiwen awkwardly. Yi Shiwen was expressionless. He had already understood the Star Emperor's intentions, or rather, the intentions of the Eastern Heavenly Honorable Residence. They were not optimistic about the outcome of the battle between him and the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor. Although he had already seriously injured Emperor Tian-Yi and killed the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, these achievements were useless against the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor and would not help him win. Even if the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor could not break through to the heavenly honorable realm, he was still a super expert in the 9th realm. Emperor Tian-Yi, who had just broken through, and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan's old ancestor, who was seriously injured, could not be compared to him. If the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor broke through to the 9th realm, there would be no suspense at all. Under such circumstances, they naturally would not be optimistic about Yi Shiwen's chances, let alone going against the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor for his sake. An emperor lord was enough to cause a huge uproar, while heavenly honorable realm could turn the world upside down. However, such a promise was enough for Yi Shiwen. No matter what, the human race would not be truly annihilated in the end. Even if they lost hope for a while, they would still be able to survive. To the human race, this might be a nirvana rebirth. Many years ago, the ancestors of the human race had walked on the path of becoming the ruler of the world. From the looks of it, I don't have any room to refuse, Yi Shiwen said. He knew that if he refused, he would offend the Eastern Empyrean Mansion at the same time. In the Eastern region, this was equivalent to offending the Fortune God dynasty and the Fortune God capital. He would be courting death. I know that you're still aware of the situation. No matter how arrogant the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor is, he can't be too ruthless. Since you have said this, I will protect the human race, even if I have to sacrifice my life, said the Star Emperor. Even he did not have much hope for the outcome of the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Star Emperor. He could only say that he was doing his best to protect the human race. In any case, I still have to thank you for running around. If I am still here next time, I will treat you to a drink. How about that? Yi Shiwen laughed, as if he did not take the threat of the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor to heart. The Star Emperor could not help but admire Yi Shiwen. Even in the face of a disaster, Yi Shiwen did not change his nature. It was indeed rare. However, what the Star Emperor did not know was that Yi Shiwen already had the flame threat of the Sky Fire Divine Lord in his body. Then I will leave first. As for the heaven-devouring blood elixir, someone will send it over later, said the Star Emperor as he stood up. Please go ahead. After the Star Emperor left, Yi Shiwen's expression became solemn. The situation was more dangerous than he had expected. No matter how long it would take for the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor to come out, it did not seem to be enough time compared to the difference in strength between the two sides. He had to make further breakthroughs before the battle. At the very least, he had to break through to the 9th realm. At that time, the situation would be completely different. Everyone is not optimistic about me, but so what? The heaven-devouring monstrous emperor, the Sky Fire Divine Lord, I will kill them all. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, not many days after the Star Emperor left, a person brought the heaven-devouring blood elixir of the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor from the divine capital of fortune. A blood-red pill floated in front of Yi Shiwen. This blood-red pill contained inexhaustible vitality. It was unknown how many living beings had been slaughtered to form this pill. However, this pill had gone through a special sacrificial refining technique. Therefore, it didn't contain the slightest bit of resentment. Therefore, it wouldn't suffer any backlash from the resentment of living beings. The refining technique was extremely perfect. Out of caution, Yi Shiwen scanned the heaven-devouring blood elixir with his divine thoughts and soon discovered that something was wrong. Although it was hidden very well, And even Yi Shiwen was almost deceived. He still discovered that there was a little poison hidden in the deepest part of the heaven-devouring blood elixir. It was very small, but it was very shocking. Even this little bit of poison had the appearance of the ancient word poison. Even an emperor lord would not be able to escape death if they were contaminated by a little bit. Child's play. Yi Shiwen sneered. He had long known that the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor would not be so willing to hand over the heaven-devouring blood elixir. Then he used the Nanmingli fire to burn this little bit of poison completely, leaving nothing behind. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything after he had burned away this bit of poison. He acted as if nothing had happened and began to undergo closed-door training. There wasn't much time left. The opening of the path of fortune was just around the corner, and he had to become strong enough before that. Chapter 3247. Time was something that Yi Shiwen had never had before. The path of creation was about to open, and the heaven-devouring demon king and the mysterious heavenly fire divine lord were about to come out of their closed-door training. Yi Shiwen wanted to make himself sufficiently powerful before the series of events happened. Only then would he be able to deal with the incoming dangers. Yi Shiwen had entered the stage of closed-door training. However, the outside world had sunk into a strange tranquility because of that earth-shattering battle. As the victors of the war between the two clans, the humans did not have any intention of taking advantage of their victory to pursue the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. On the contrary, they simply decided to withdraw their troops and settle the matter. Many people had anticipated that they would slaughter their way into the territory of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. At the very least, they would occupy 1 or 2 provinces of the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. That was the minimum reward that the victors would receive. As such, no one would bother with that. Moreover, there was still the legendary heaven-devouring monstrous king. No one dared to think about it. Therefore, everyone hoped that Yi Shiwen could continue to be the first to deal with the heaven-devouring monstrous king. Although the internal strife of the Fortune God dynasty was controlled by the Fortune God dynasty to a certain extent, in terms of cruelty, it was not inferior to the war between the Fortune God dynasty and the outer domain. The rise and fall of a race was a common thing. Who would have thought that the human race would not listen to their thoughts at all? They simply retreated and set up layers of defenses at the border. With the painful lesson of having 1 billion humans taken away in one go, the human race did not dare to take this lightly again. On the heaven-devouring monstrous king's side, several sovereign emperors were killed. At the same time, the human race invaded and robbed of countless resources. Initially, the human race thought that they would not let the matter rest so easily. However, in reality, they only reoccupied the territories that were previously occupied by the human race. After this incident, there were no more movements. It was as if nothing had happened, and they did what they were supposed to do. Although there were no emperor monarchs among them, they still handled many matters in an orderly manner. The most important thing for sovereign emperors was to cultivate every day. They did not have much time to deal with trivial matters. Therefore, even though the heaven-devouring monstrous king had lost his position, it did not matter much. The two races acted as if nothing had happened. There was no large-scale conflict that many people had hoped for. This undoubtedly made many people disappointed, not to mention those who were planning to take advantage of the situation to profit from it. Now that the situation wasn't as chaotic as they had hoped, they naturally didn't have any chance to take advantage of the chaos. However, many people with discerning eyes could tell that the two races were only calling a temporary truce. It was impossible for them to leave the matter at that. On one hand, it was because the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had suffered enormous losses, and it was impossible for them to truly let go of their hatred. Once the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor returned, it would be the time for a true war to break out. As for the humans, they would also not be willing to die without putting up a fight. Thus, this laid the foundation for another great war to break out between the two races. Because of that, many people with discerning eyes felt that a war between the human race and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan would definitely occur until one side was annihilated. As for when the next great battle would break out, it would depend on who was faster to prepare. Would the human race be one step ahead of the others, or would the heaven-devouring demon emperor return first? In short, this great battle was unavoidable. Furthermore, the next battle would definitely be a great battle that would decide the outcome of the battle. Regardless of which side won, it would be a calamity for the other side. Merely, in comparison, the experts from the various races were more inclined towards the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. After all, the disparity in strength was simply too great. Even if the human race's martial emperor was the key to deciding the outcome of the battle, there was still a large disparity between the human race's martial emperor and the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor, who had been famous for a long time. The crowd guessed that once the heaven-devouring monstrous emperor returned, it would definitely be a crushing battle. The human race did not say anything about the rumors and slanders in the outside world. Merely, the entire human race had entered a state of frenzied cultivation because of the danger they were facing this time around. No one knew when the next battle would descend. However, they all knew very well that the next battle would be the time to decide the outcome of the battle. Once they succeeded, the human race would rise to power in a single stroke. They would become an exceptional race that no one could look down upon. Although there were not many people within the human race that thought that the human race would be able to win, it was just as many people had guessed. The human race had been forced into a dead end. It was no longer up to them to decide whether to fight or not. If they did not fight, their entire race would be annihilated, and they would become food for the heaven-devouring monstrous clan. The human emperor and the others also went into closed-door training after handing over various tasks to the martial emperors to handle. They began to make preparations for the next battle. They all knew very well that once the battle began, regardless of whether it was the two monarchs of the Stone Province or the many martial emperors of the Thunder Marsh Grounds, none of them could be relied upon. At that time, they might be the first to turn against the human race. The only ones that could be relied upon were themselves. Thus, from the outside world, the entire situation appeared extremely strange. Even though the human race was clearly the loser, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan did not seem to be very nervous. On the other hand, even though the human race was clearly the victor, they seemed to be in a precarious situation, as if a storm was about to descend. Time slowly passed by in this strange atmosphere. Even though the battle between the two groups had shocked the entire eastern region, causing many people to cast their gazes over, the battle between the human race and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was undoubtedly extremely strange. However, to the entire Fortune God dynasty, the war between the human race and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was not really big news. The reason for that was because the eastern region was only a portion of the Fortune God dynasty. Furthermore, the heaven-devouring monstrous clan and the human race only occupied a portion of the eastern region. Being able to attract the attention of the entire eastern region was already the limit. Only a clash between two of the 10 great races could possibly attract the attention of the entire Fortune God dynasty. Clearly, regardless of whether it was the human race or the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, they had yet to truly reach that stage. During this period of time, the most eye-catching thing in the entire Fortune God dynasty, and even in the Fortune world, was that the legendary path of creation, which contained unparalleled fortune, had finally opened once again. Or it could be said that it was merely a crack and not the true opening of the path of creation. Even so, it was still the focus of the entire Fortune world. The path of creation contained fortune. This was something that everyone knew. In other words, it had already become the consensus of everyone. The symbol of success was the Fortune Heavenly Monarch. Even though he was the only successful example, it still did not stop everyone from yearning for the path of creation. No one knew what the path of creation was. However, they also knew that obtaining the path of creation was an unparalleled realm. It was an unprecedented realm. If someone was able to obtain fortune from the path of creation, their future prospects would be limitless. It was even possible for them to repeat the miraculous legend of the fortune heavenly monarch and become the next supreme ruler of the fortune world. Even though the probability of that happening was very low, it still did not stop countless people from yearning for the path of creation. This time, the crack on the path of creation had appeared in the Netherworld Sea region in the north. This was undoubtedly a test. Unlike the chaos and disorder of the stormy sea region, the Netherworld Sea region had been under the control of Heavenly Venerate Nether since ancient times. Even though Venerate Pantheon's rule in the stormy sea region had been disintegrated, the Netherworld Sea region was still firmly under his control. Wanting to rush into the Netherworld Sea region and enter the road of good fortune wasn't easy. As the time drew closer and closer, more and more powerhouses began to approach the Netherworld Sea region. They began to clash with the various powerhouses and races of the Netherworld Sea region. For a time, all sorts of swords were drawn, and the conflicts were endless. There were even some fierce battles that resulted in innumerable casualties. However, the more this was the case, the more attractive the path of creation became. Everyone wanted to see what the real path of creation looked like. As the time for the crack to open drew closer, more and more rumors about the path of creation appeared. In particular, some ancient secrets were gradually unearthed. Many people felt their bodies tremble when they read them. They were scared out of their wits, not because they were pleasantly surprised. Among the many ancient secrets, although the sources of the records were from different races and different times, most of the evaluations of the creation path were described as dangerous, and many of them mentioned the word terrifying. There were many records of the path of creation in these books. Many of the people who had entered the path of creation were powerhouses who had only managed to utter a few words before disappearing on the path of creation, never to be seen again. However, those words made many people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying existence on the path of creation that was devouring the lives of many powerhouses. This was not the first time that a crack had appeared on the path of creation. The last time a crack had appeared, someone had entered and seen the terrifying scene of emperor bones scattered all over the place. Those were imperial lords, not cabbages that could be found on the side of the road. Although there were many imperial lords in the creation realm, there were definitely only a small number of peak existences at the top of the pyramid. Experts of this level had actually died all over the place. How could this not terrify everyone? In particular, many imperial lords from other worlds who had come to the creation realm through the path of creation had indirectly confirmed this rumor. This was not groundless, as they had all once walked on that path. However, they had not known that the path contained creation and how important it was back then. All sorts of news and rumors were flying everywhere. Many people could not even tell how many people were fishing in troubled waters and how many were spreading rumors. The storm on the path of creation became more and more intense until the crack on the path of creation finally stabilized and people could enter it for real. Chapter 3248. On a picturesque peak on Mount Bujo, a sacred mountain of the human race, many people came and went early in the morning. The entire peak seemed to have been cut into a flat surface, and a huge square was paved with hard jade stones. At this moment, the square was already a boiling cauldron of voices. At a glance, one could see that people from various races had gathered on the square and were seated in their respective seats. These experts from various races were all high-spirited and full of youthful vigor. They were actually the young experts of their respective races. Beside them were many outstanding disciples from various human tribes. However, even though they could be regarded as the pride of their generation, they were not even qualified to sit and could only wait on the side. Among the human race, only 3 to 5 people were qualified to sit among these hundreds of people. So powerful, the auras of these people are each more terrifying than the last. It's really hard to imagine. Are they really under 500 years old? A human attendant could not help but tremble with fear as he looked at the hundreds of experts. The other human attendants beside him also nodded with lingering fear in their hearts. They were very much in agreement. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even the followers that they brought with them were more terrifying than the previous one. Any one of them would be a peerless young expert in the outside world. But in here, they could only be followers that stood at the side. Compared to them, they couldn't be much stronger. Originally, each of them was proud of themselves. Each of them was a super genius of the human race. Otherwise, they would not have been chosen to serve on Mount Bujo. Among the human race, Mount Bujo was a sacred mountain. It was the holy land of martial arts that countless people yearned for. It was also the birthplace of the human race in the creation realm. Moreover, it was the residence of many human race emperors. Naturally, it had an extraordinary status among the human race. It was already a great honor for them to be chosen to serve here. It was unknown how many people were envious and jealous of them. Under such circumstances, they couldn't help but feel proud. They felt that even though they weren't the best in the world, they were still the best in the world. However, now that they saw it, they were not even comparable to their followers, let alone those hundreds of people. Are these the top young geniuses within dozens of prefectures? They are so powerful. I don't think I have seen so many young experts in my life. Some people gritted their teeth. Some people admired him. But more people felt that they had been greatly stimulated. In their hearts, they had suddenly changed from the world's number one person to a ninth-rate person. Every one of these people was a peerless genius who could dominate a province. They were also the treasures of every race. Among the human race, only a few people could stand side by side with these people. And this was because the human race had been greatly developed in recent years, and these people had also gained great benefits. In the past, it was extremely difficult for the human race to obtain a spot in the Tao discussion of the young experts. Even then, they were already the top figures of the human race, invincible and sweeping through their peers. Even then, they could only be considered to be ordinary in this Tao discussion. Those people were already the most exceptional geniuses of the human race. One could tell just by looking at the identities behind them. Some of them were the descendants of the Sui sovereign. Some were the disciples of the current human sovereign, and some were the most talented disciples of the Fengyi clan. Every one of them had an illustrious background, and they were closely related to the few imperial emperors of the human race. But even so, in front of the strongest young experts of these prefectures, they could only be considered as average, because the backgrounds of the others were also stronger than the others. Most of them more or less had one or more imperial emperors standing behind them. None of them were ordinary people. And those who could stand out among these peerless young experts were all people with high hopes. They were the peerless geniuses who could become imperial emperors in the future. Although they might not be able to become imperial emperors in this batch, they were much closer to the imperial emperor level than the others. Although it was said that only those below the age of 300 were qualified to participate, in fact, most of the participants were only around 100 or 200 years old. There were very few who were really close to 300 years old, and they wouldn't have the mood or the face to participate. Even some of the races with long lifespans were only under 300 years old. It was precisely because of this that the proud and arrogant disciples of the human race were speechless. The reason for that was because they were older than the participants in the past, yet their strength was far inferior. Thus, they couldn't help but admire and sigh in admiration. This sort of Tao discussion assembly would be held once every 100 years. And this time around, the right to host it had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the human race. This was also the first time that the human race had held this sort of Tao discussion assembly. To the disciples of the human race, this also proved that the status of the human race was rapidly rising. In fact, they were able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those colossal beings that they could only look up to in the past. In fact, this was also because the surrounding clans were finally looking up to the human race. Although there was still the threat of a colossal being like the heaven-devouring monstrous clan, they had no choice but to admit the tyrannical strength of the human race. Not every clan dared to challenge the heaven-devouring monstrous clan and emerge victorious. Although they had relied on Yi Shiwen's strength, weren't peak experts also a part of a clan's strength? This sort of Tao discussion, assembly of young experts, had been held countless times. So it wasn't rare in itself. Thus, the human race had naturally applied for it. It could also be said that the human race had become one of the truly tyrannical powers of the Eastern region. However, even so, there were still many young experts who didn't recognize the status of the human race, especially the young experts of the human race. In the eyes of those peak experts, they were simply insufficient to intimidate the crowd. Their words were even more impolite. There was a faint hint of ridicule in them. The more the attendants of the human race listened, the uglier their complexions became. Those people's words were not polite at all. In particular, some of the experts ranked at the bottom were even more indignant that the human race had managed to snatch the right to host the Tao discussion assembly. They even faintly pointed at the few supreme experts of the human race who were seated. What they meant was that if they hadn't taken advantage of the host, how could they be qualified to sit side by side with them? That was simply impossible. Several young experts of the human race also revealed an angry look on their faces. They were also the peerless figures that were sought after by everyone in the human race. They could admit that they weren't the top existences among these people. However, they couldn't tolerate the fact that they had entered the Tao discussion assembly through the back door. Many attendants of the human race couldn't help but feel depressed. They had dared to ridicule the human race in their own territory. Wouldn't they suffer grievances if they were to go to someone else's territory? Many of the younger generations of the human race had thought that the human race had risen to prominence. Many of the younger generations of the human race had thought highly of the human race. However, they now understood that the other races had only accepted the human race in the preliminary stage. They were still far from attaching much importance to the human race. Their Majesty Martial Emperor might be a distinguished guest no matter where he went. No one would dare to look down on him. However, he was only a martial emperor and not them. If they wanted to obtain sufficient respect, they would have to rely on their own abilities to obtain it. This world was one where the strong preyed on the weak. Only the strong had the right to speak. When Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen faced the monarchs of the other races, he was incomparably powerful. Even the heaven-devouring monstrous clan had no choice but to lower their heads. This was the reason why the human race was known as a powerful race. However, when compared to the young experts of the other races, they were the weaklings. Even though they were extremely furious, there was nothing they could do. "Zhu Li, I heard that your heaven-devouring monstrous clan was beaten miserably by someone after I came out from my closed-door training. Even the old ancestor of your heaven-devouring monstrous clan was killed by someone." A young expert who was ranked at the very front among the 100 people spoke. He looked at the face of a young heaven-devouring monstrous clan that was seated at the very front. That young heaven-devouring monstrous clan had 2 mouths on his face. He was the easiest to recognize. Clearly, he was different from the other races. That person's words immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially since the battle between the human race and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was a major event in the eastern region. At their level, the opening of the crack to the path of creation was merely a legend. It was not something that they could participate in. However, the battle between the human race and the heaven-devouring monstrous clan was a different matter. It was sufficient for them to discuss it for a long time, especially since this person and the heaven-devouring monstrous clans Zhu Li already had a deep grudge. Both parties had fought many times, but were unable to gain any advantage over each other. Now that an opportunity had finally appeared, how could he not properly ridicule Zhu Li? That young heaven-devouring monstrous clans, Zhu Li had a cold and arrogant expression on his face. He said, that martial Emperor Yi Shiwen is merely a despicable person who takes advantage of others' difficulties. If it wasn't for the fact that the old ancestor is seriously injured, how could he be so arrogant? Those young experts of the human race might have been able to endure it earlier. However, when these words involved the current strongest expert of the human race, martial Emperor Yi Shiwen, everyone couldn't endure it anymore. All of them had grown up under Yi Shiwen's brilliance. Ever since they were born, Yi Shiwen had been the pillar of the human race. He had propped up the sky of the human race. Some time ago, he had won the crucial battle against the heaven-devouring monstrous clan for the human race. In the entire human race, he had countless admirers and followers. These young experts were the backbone and the main force of the human race. They were young and hot-blooded. Therefore, they couldn't bear to see the old and lethargic rules. Ever since Yi Shiwen had become the patrol envoy, he had swept away the lethargic atmosphere of the past. Therefore, he was naturally more recognized than the others. The few young experts of the human race sprang to their feet, glaring at Julie. "Julie, what did you say? How dare you talk about our emperor behind his back? Are you courting death?" A young expert of the human race said coldly, "Am I wrong?" "Feng Etian, it seems that you haven't learned your lesson from last time. You still dare to jump out. You're really courting death." Julie glanced at that young expert of the human race indifferently and said indifferently, "That young expert of the human race." Feng Etian's face turned red. He was speechless for a moment. Obviously, he had suffered a big loss in the previous exchange. "You dare to humiliate our emperor of the human race. Don't think that you can leave easily today." Another young expert of the human race said loudly, "Then I'll teach you a lesson too. Anyway, we're going to fight in the Truth Discussion Conference. Do you want to fight one by one or all at once?" Julie didn't care. He just said indifferently, "Arrogant." The young experts of the human race rebuked him angrily. Suddenly, at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded from outside. "Brothers, don't be angry. He's just a clown. You don't have to trouble yourselves. How about leaving him to me?